Those at the stalls, we know the exhibition is inviting, but for the time being, please come join so you know the context of those exhibitions. We will have time to go through the exhibitions, and exhibitors will be there to explain what is contained on those. Thank you very much. Good morning, everyone, and happy Tuesday. For some of us, it's hello again. For others, of course, it's a long time no see. Good morning. The security measures are that in case of an unlikely event, should there be a need to go out, there are doors at the front here and at the back, including the one that you came in, and there will be security officers visible outside there in all these entrances or exits to assist. And in terms of if there should be some fire, please don't use the fire extinguishers. There will be trained personnel who are available to address that. But by and large, we do not anticipate anything requiring emergency exit. However, we need to let you know should that be the case. But there will be trained personnel to assist should the need arise. I take this opportunity to acknowledge the presence of the Principal and the Vice Chancellor of the Northwest University, Prof. Mzubanzi Bismarck Chobeka. And yes, we have MEC Lunkopani, who is representing the province ya Bokoni Bophirima. Thank you very much. And we have leaders from academia, leaders from business, and of course, leaders from civic society with us here. We will introduce them as we run the program. Yesterday, we had a very enlightening session where we learned a lot about issues that we can address to ensure transdisciplinary research or transformative research is done, the collaborations between and among universities, and we are going ahead today. However, today we are focusing on Y20. The theme of today is not so different, Transdisciplinary and transformative research, building sustainable futures, of course, under the Y20 Postgraduate Day. Y20, of course, is located within the G20 program. South Africa is the only country on the African continent that is there on the G20, and that is not because she is the smartest child in the room, strategically invited to be there. And as we know, South Africa believes in solidarity, equality, and sustainability, hence the theme of the G20. Now, there are other countries that South Africa invited to be part of this G20. Those are the countries that are not even members of the G20, but that is the nature of this South Africa. We are, of course, yesterday we were reminded that as people, we are born with the possibility that we can be corrupted, And I think there were debates about that. And I think the debates focused more on the money part of it, corruptible. But that means, in my interpretation at least, because I thought hard and fast about it, to say just the chances of us doing right and wrong influenced by where we find ourselves in this world. That's what the professor meant. And yes, Noam Chomsky, the philosopher and language practitioner expert, in his language acquisition theory, proposes that humans are born with an innate capacity to acquire any language. And I think that is no different from what our professor from the Faculty of Theology was putting on the table, except that there was God there as well. The program of today is not a long one. We are going to ensure that we recover some of the lost time. I am going to take this opportunity to kindly request our Principal and Vice Chancellor, Prof. Mzubanzi Bismarck Tobeka, to welcome us officially. Prof.
Thank you very much, Program Director. Let me take this opportunity to greet our MEC for Economic Development, Environment, Conservation and Tourism, Honorable Ms. Bita Linkopani. I would like to greet our distinguished guests from across the South African borders and senior government officials that are here with us today, members of the senior executive management of the university. I see the deans, some of the executive deans are here, to our researchers, our academic cohorts, students, ladies and gentlemen, good morning and welcome to Mahikeng at the Northwest University campus. As Mr. Manoko said, we as a country assumed the presidency of the G20 on the 1st of December 2024. And we've been leading this very important structure comprising of 19 countries plus ourselves, and 2 regional structures, the European Commission, as well, the European Union as well as the African Union, until the end of this year in 2025, November. Thereafter, we'll be handing this presidency to the United States, who have unfortunately made it clear that the president will not be here to receive the handover, President Trump. We remain hopeful that President Trump will change his mind and visit our beautiful country. We have, as a country, committed that our presidency of the G20 will be anchored on the theme solidarity, equality, and sustainability. The key priorities that our country has been ensuring throughout this G20 conversations agenda included, among others, inclusive economic growth, industrialization, and employment, reducing inequality, food security, artificial intelligence for sustainable development, among many other things that have been discussed. Colleagues, partners, and friends, our young researchers and students with us here this morning are very much up to date with the global affairs that they can share a lot about the Y20, which, as Mr. Manoko said, is the official youth engagement group of the G20. The Y20 provides a platform for young leaders, including student leaders, from G20 member countries to engage in dialogue, share ideas, and propose policy recommendations on global issues relevant to the G20 agenda. This Y20 summit will take place from 18 to 22 August in Sun City, again in our Northwest Province. But we saw, as a Northwest University, an opportune moment to leverage the activities of the Y20 and other activities leading to the G20 summit in November to host this Y20 Postgraduate Day as part of the biennial Northwest University Research and Innovation Week. Today's program asks three demanding questions that goes to the heart of our public mission. Are we on track on the SDG goal 4, that is quality education targets? Does transformative, transdisciplinary research genuinely enable African sustainability, transitions, and agency? And do postgraduate research qualifications secure a sustainable future for South Africa's youth? Those are the questions that we ask today, and the answers will unfold in the panel discussions. Globally, UNESCO Education 2030 Framework for Actions warns that 103 million young people still lacks basic literacy, and that 6 out of 10 women are in fact part of this. So 6 out of 10 women lack basic literacy. That's the study by UNESCO. Here at home, the statistic South Africa SDG country report of 2022 shows that school participation among 7 to 18-year-olds reached 87.6% in 2021. Dropout rates have steadily declined since 2002, and our system produced 237,882 tertiary graduates in 2020. These are very significant achievements, but they mask deeper inequalities. The real test is whether education translates into opportunity, dignity, and sustainable futures. The starkest measure of our progress is found in the labor market. Again, Statistics South Africa's quarterly labor force survey, quarter 2 2025 results reveals that youth aged 15 to 24 years and 25 to 34 years continue to have the highest unemployment rates at a staggering 62.2% and 40.5% respectively. Approximately 3.6 million out of 10.3 million young people aged 15 to 24 years were not in employment, not in education, and neither in training. That was in 2020. That was the latest results in 2025, quarter 2. It is also worth noting that graduate unemployment rate increased by 0.5%. From 11.7% in quarter 1, 2025 to 12.2% in quarter 2, 2025. However, those with matric and less than matric remain vulnerable, with unemployment rates of 35.2% and 39.4% respectively. What does that mean? It reinforces with very fresh statistics something that we always mention during graduation ceremonies, that if you attain matric, you are differentiated by the market, by the labor market, from those that do not have matric. However, if you attain your first degree, the labor market further differentiates you from those that only have a matric. And if you then aspire and take up postgraduate studies, it further distills and filters you from the other crew. Simply put, education, graduate education, university education, enhances your chances much manifolds than not having university education. So, esteemed guests and friends, behind these numbers lies young lives on pause, dreams deferred, and potential underutilized. The Southern Africa Towards Inclusive Economic Development program reminds us that many South Africans move in and out of precarious work, never securing a durable foothold in the economy. Alarmingly, the average age for African women to secure a first job is now 25 years. This is a sobering reality, but also a call to action. Amidst all this bleak picture are glimmers of hope. A number of studies have shown that structured mentorships significantly boost confidence and employability. The Harambee Youth Employment Accelerator affirms that, quote, young people want to work, not wait, close quote. When we combine mentorship, opportunity, institutional support, lives change. I have seen this firsthand in our own university community where we have provided such support. This therefore brings me to the heart of our gathering today. The University South Africa Policy Brief of 2024 raises an urgent warning that our country is facing a declining uptake in postgraduate studies, especially among local students. Now, as the Northwest University, with a very mixed population of students, one of the things that we get criticized on when we graduate our PhDs and when we display these on social media, the first comments I get, oh, you have so many white PhDs graduates today than black ones. One. The second comment I get, most of your black PhD graduates today are not South Africans, they are foreigners. Two. What is the reason for that? It is very, very clear that our local South African students have got very, very little appetite to taking up postgraduate studies. Very little appetite. The statistics have proven it. Today's discussion must get to the bottom of the question, why? Why is that? Now, this is not the Northwest University's problem. It is across all 26 South African public universities' statistics. So today we need to get to the bottom of why is that. Postgraduate research is not only about producing your thesis. It is about producing solutions to the needs of our communities. Hence, it is critical for science and research, as we said yesterday, to be collaborative and transdisciplinary in order to solve the pressing sustainability problems of our country. Several challenges remain. Our Research Professional News Report of 2024 observes that South African firms continue to underinvest in research and innovation, particularly in downturns. The NRF has also cautioned that unless we rethink how we track research and development spending, we risk misdirecting scarce resources. These are systematic issues that must be resolved if postgraduate research is to generate the impact at a scale that we hope for. As a university, we will not stand idle. We have positioned ourselves as a society-centric university. And we commit to 3 priorities. 1, mission-led research platforms that confront climate change, renewable energy, water, food, health security, and social justice. Secondly, pathway articulation, strengthening the progression from TVET to university to employment in line with the Education 2030 framework for action. Thirdly, youth agency and employability, embedding mentorships, placements, and innovation ecosystem in every postgraduate journey. As the South African Institute of International Affairs Y20 policy brief succinctly mentions, the future must be shaped by those who will inherit it. That is the youth. That is why the Y20 Postgraduate Day matters. It is not just a ceremonial event. It is an accountability forum. As we begin today's deliberations, let us hold ourselves to this evidence. Access without quality entrenches inequality. Skills without relevance deepens frustration. Research without transformation fails its purpose. We must widen access, build relevant skills, eliminate discrimination, and ensure that knowledge translates into opportunity and dignity. On behalf of the Northwest University, I welcome you all to a day of critical engagement and bold ideas under the banner Transdisciplinary and Transformative Research, Building Sustainable Futures. Thank you very much. Re a leboga. Siyabonga.
So I had some uncomfortable murmurs, you know. We must have uncomfortable conversations here, otherwise there's no point. But the VC statement is evidence-based, at least in the Northwest University, because we avail funding for postgraduate studies from honors, and the uptake of that is not impressive. So you can come with your lived experience in your spaces, even in the Northwest University, then we can have these conversations. So it's one of the questions that I suppose we need to have. Dr. Thabo Mabogwane from DPME, we welcome you to this very important engagement. When the presidency is in the house, we feel that our discussions are going to be enriched and find expression in some of the policy documents. No pressure. Prof. Jeff Mpatlele, the DVC responsible for research, innovation, community engagement, and postgraduate studies. We welcome you and thank you for hosting us. May Prof. Alina Serobye, the CEO of Human Resource Development in our neighboring country, Botswana, we welcome you and look forward to your contributions here today. I am going to take this opportunity to kindly ask the member of the Executive Council in the province of Northwest, Kirayone Bokoni Bophirima. Me ke o biditse Lenkopane, who is responsible for economic development, conservation, environment, and tourism, to address us. Thank you, MEC.
The Vice Chancellor, Prof. Jobeka, the leadership and management of the Northwest University, representatives from government, Department of the Ministry of Monitoring and Evaluation, Baimbarona Lidikemedi Khochwa kwa nageng ya boagisani, our esteemed partners and stakeholders, representatives from the Y20, distinguished guests, graduates, and young leaders, Dumelang bagaetsho. I'm standing in here for the Premier of the Northwest. Due to a lot of commitments, he could not make it. I must also put a disclaimer, Prof, that I'll be leaving for the sitting of Parliament from here. But it is important that I must reflect also on this important occasion that we are fortunate as the Northwest to host a number of activities that are related to the G20. Not only activities of today, but we have been hosting quite a number of, including the working groups. That is a clear reflection of the uniqueness of our province, and we pride ourselves of that. It's difficult to speak after the reflection of research that's put us to the realities of where we are today. It's also difficult, Prof, to reflect on the previous engagements that we had, especially on the working group of education that we hosted. But what is important is to draw the fact that the government of the Northwest has come to the realization that a certificate without a career is a broken promise, a qualification that does not travel across the border limits both mobility and hope. That's why your kind work on mutual recognition of qualifications matters so most to us here. And in a region like SADC, where youth unemployment, both an economic and social crisis, we need systems that speak to one another, that trust one another, and that empowers people to move and continue to grow no matter where they come from. It is important, Program Director, to also on the reflection made by the VC, to also indicate that the Premier of the Northwest has since pronounced a 1.4 billion infrastructure investment for learning and teaching environments. We are also actively developing talent pipelines in strategic sectors like tourism, conservation, the green economy, and agro-processing through technical training and entrepreneurship support. And this itself aligns not only with South Africa's development agenda, but also with Africa's Agenda 2063 and the UN Sustainable Development Goals. Program Director, it is with a great pride and a deep sense of purpose that I welcome you all to this day, graciously hosted by the Northwest University. Today we gather under the inspiring theme, Transdisciplinary and Transformative Research, Building a Sustainable Future, a theme that speaks directly to the urgent need for knowledge that does not remain confined to academic spaces, but that actively shapes the society we aspire to build. This is a moment of celebration, but also a responsibility, a recognition that our graduates stand at the forefront of reimagining a future that is sustainable, that is inclusive, and that is resilient. Program Director, the Northwest University has long been a beacon of academic excellence and intellectual leadership. And today it once again demonstrates the commitment to nurturing graduates who think beyond the boundaries of disciplines. Our province and our nation draw strength from institutions that are able to cultivate not only to respond to the most pressing challenges of our time, In this space, we see research that is connected to our communities, that transforms life, and that builds bridges between science, society, and development. This gathering is a powerful reminder that the future is being shaped not tomorrow, but here and now, through the hands and minds of young leaders. As the Northwest Provincial Government, we remain committed to working alongside our investees, our graduates, and our partners in building a sustainable future where knowledge becomes both the foundation and the catalyst for meaningful change. Together, let us turn ideas into action, research into impact, and promise into progress. As we open and bless this important occasion, I wish every participant a success and inspiration throughout the program. Let us treat this day not only as a platform for dialogue, but as a true festival of ideas and a space where research, scholarship, and youthful energy combine to spark the innovation and transformation. May the conversations and connections made here guide us towards the solutions that uplift communities and strengthen our collective future. Ke a leboga.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir. Re a o leboga, MEC. When our president accepted the presidency, he made a commitment that this will be a countrywide program. There will be a countrywide program to ensure that South Africans immerse themselves on matters G20 and so on and so forth. And I think as the Northwest University, we are very privileged that we've been participating in the program, the outreach program. Earlier this year, we were together with the Department of Higher Education and Training, hosted the Education Working Group. We are today here talking about the Y20 Postgraduate Day, which is part of the Northwest University Research and Innovation Week. And we believe that the presence of the Y20 South Africa, the organizers, in particular the co-chair, Ntate Mweketi, gives this initiative, the Y20 Postgraduate Day, some important characteristics. The presence also of the Department of Higher Education and Training. I am at that going to ask Mayor Mokgadi Rabutata, who is the director responsible for global partnerships, and she is also the G20 coordinator, affirming the importance of this day, but most importantly, echoing what the president promised when we assumed the presidency of the G20. Why are we here? What is the importance of this day in relation to the broader G20 program, especially the G20 Education Working Group, where the Department of Basic Education, the Department of Higher Education and Training are leading us. Mayor Rabutata, Edani Monu Bail.
Thank you very much, Program Director Ntate Manuku. Lekai. As already mentioned, my name is Mokgadi Rabutata. I am from the Department of Higher Education and Training. I am responsible for global partnerships, and G20 is part of the work that I do, as I am part of the team that convenes the Education Working Group. Vice Chancellor and Principal of the Northwest University and MEC, allow me to stand on the protocols that have already been established so that I do not waste time. However, as an international relations specialist, I would like to be allowed to greet the diplomatic corps and say to them, if they are present here today, good morning. And I hope you are going to benefit from this discussion, because G20 is part of our international engagements with our diplomatic friends that are here in South Africa and abroad. It is such an honor and privilege for me to be standing before you to talk on this beautiful Y20 Y20 Postgraduate Day. We gather here today not as students and researchers, but as visionaries, as change makers, but most importantly, as global citizens. The theme that frames our discussions today, as already mentioned by so many that spoke before me, is both timely and very much meaningful. Mine is not to give a speech. I was not asked to deliver any speech or any keynote address, but to tell you why we are here today and why today is important. However, it will be a missed opportunity if I do not mention that some of the key ideas that has seen today a success comes or were born from the engagement that we have held here. And when I say here, I mean at the Northwest University, co-hosted by the department and the university, an outreach program as we were responding to the president's call when he instructed us to take the G20 to the people. So as the program director already mentioned, part of the work that we do was not only to sit in meetings in boardrooms and talk policy matters where the G20 is concerned, but we were instructed very clearly to talk to the people. And I've always insisted that the people for the Department of Higher Education and Training are the people at universities, at TVET colleges, at community and education training institutions. So it is not a mistake that we are here today as the Department of Higher Education and Training, again, talking about this important task that we have been given of taking the G20 to the people, and this is very much part of that. As already mentioned, today's theme is very much aligned to the South African G20 theme of solidarity, equality, and sustainability. What have been omitted to be said today is that it is also aligned to the G20 Education Working Group Priority 3, which talks to mutual recognition of qualifications, because you cannot talk about cross-boundaries or cross-border work if you are not going to recognize each other's qualifications outside your own university. So that is very important, and I want you to carry that thought with you as I take you through the purpose of today. And lastly, as it has already been mentioned, this theme of today is very much aligned to two of the 5 Y20 thematic areas, that is inclusive economic growth and employment pathways to prosperity, and inclusive social development and fighting inequality, leaving no one behind. That is very important. Today's event gives us an opportunity, one that is in threefold. We are here to reflect, we are here to connect, and we are here to commit. Hold that thought as I take you through what do I mean by that. To reflect on the agency of building sustainable futures. We live in a world that is facing pressing and interconnected challenges. From climate change, as already mentioned, to unemployment, statistics are staggering. from rising inequality to global health crisis. The issues before us are complex and multi-layered. These are what scholars often call the wicked problems, problems that cannot be solved by one discipline, one sector, or even one national alone, or one nation alone. This event gives us an opportunity to pause and reflect. What role can postgraduate research play in shaping the solutions to these challenges that I've just mentioned? How do we ensure that our research does not sit in library shelves, but instead contribute meaningfully to society? We need to create a space where we begin to see each research as part of the broader movement for sustainable development. Secondly, to connect through interdisciplinary approaches. One of the defining aspects of our theme is transdisciplinarity. Traditionally, universities have worked in silos. Scientists only talk to scientists. Economists only talk to economists. And it goes on and on and on. Those in the health field, they must talk to those in the health. You will even see doctors only talking to doctors. But the truth is, no single field has an answer. No single field has a solution to the problems that we have. Otherwise, they would have been solved already. Climate change, for example, it is not just an environmental issue. It is an economic issue. It is a political issue. It is a technological issue. It is also a cultural issue. Solving it requires engineers. We need scientists. We need sociologists. We need business leaders, policymakers. Even your local communities becomes very important if we are to solve this problem. This is what transdisciplinary means and what it calls us to do, which is to cross boundaries, to bring together different kinds of knowledge, scientific knowledge, policy knowledge, community wisdom, in order to find solutions that are practical, inclusive, and sustainable. This gathering will foster those connections. This gathering will allow postgraduate students to be bridge builders and meet across disciplines. It will make us to listen to one another and to spark collaboration that may never have happened if we did not come here and gather as we are at this moment. Today's conversation will remind us that knowledge must indeed cross boundaries. If we are going to stay here in South Africa and work among each other, it is not going to get us where we need to go. It will not make any impact. There is no cross-boundary interaction if we are not recognizing each other's qualifications globally. 3, to commit to transformative research. Beyond producing knowledge, our role is to drive change, to ensure our work contributes to communities, informs policy, it empowers those who are often left behind. Transformative research is not just about studying the world as it is today, but it is about imagining and shaping the world as it should be. It is research that asks the following questions. How does knowledge empower communities? How does it inform better policies? How does it create opportunities for those that feels left behind? For example, think about renewable energy for a moment. That does not just advance technology, but also it helps rural communities to gain access to electricity. Or public health, for example. The research that is done there, it doesn't just study diseases, but strengthens health systems and it saves lives. This, my friends, is what transformative research is all about. And this is where my favorite people, the young people from the Y20 platform, becomes very powerful in today's discussions. It reminds us that as young leaders, we are not only here to study the problems that are here, that are existing today, but we are thinking about how we can bring solutions that will shape tomorrow. It has been mentioned, and at the beginning I did speak about the connectivity of the themes that the theme and the themes of the G20, the Y20, and so on. But it has already been mentioned that sustainable development goals are very, very central to what we are talking about. And at every step when I was speaking, you have heard the word sustainable, because everything that we need to do has to take care of the future generation. So sustainability becomes very important. But equally the goals, particularly the goals that, the goal that affect education, as MEC has mentioned, SDG 4, that talks to quality education. But that is not the only goal. There's SDG 9 that talks about industry, innovation, and infrastructure. Areas where transformative research is very crucial. SDG 13, which calls for climate action, which cannot succeed without transdisciplinary approaches, bringing together environmental science, economic science, policy, and culture. And by aligning our postgraduate research with the SDGs, we ensure that our work becomes part of a global movement towards sustainability. Of course, pursuing transdisciplinary and transformative research is not without its challenges. Universities are still structured around departments and disciplines. Funding often favors traditional research. And sometimes, communities may not trust researchers because they were never part of the process. Public participation was not done, they were not included. So they will not buy into the new ideas you are bringing. So if we bring all these threads together, what is the purpose of this gathering today? It is to reflect on the agency of sustainable futures. It is to connect transdisciplinary and perspective. It is to commit ourselves to research that then transforms lives and societies. This day is not just about academic dialogue. It is about building a movement of young researchers who are ready to lead the way towards sustainability. And as you take part in today's session, whether you are in the panel, whether you will be part afterwards, I invite you to ask yourself these 3 questions. How will your research as a postgrad connect to the bigger picture of sustainability? Who do you need to collaborate with beyond your own field to make your work more impactful? And lastly, in what way can your research contribute to real transformation in society? Now, if we leave here with the clearer answers to at least one of these questions, then today would have served its purpose. Friends, as I conclude, the Y20 is about youth voices that are shaping global futures. As postgraduates, you stand at a unique intersection between learning and leading, between research and real life or real world issues. Now, as you are leading, you are literally in the forefront. You are never behind, and I hope you leave here today knowing that you are at the forefront. We are looking to you to find solutions. Now, this event is to remind us that we are not just knowledge seekers, but change makers. That the research that you are producing or going to produce should transform not only your own future, because you're going to graduate and get a job, but your own community, the country, and the planet. So I invite you to engage openly, think boldly, and leave here not only inspired, but determined to use your research as a tool for impact. Together we can build the future that we aspire for or we are dreaming for. Ke a leboha.
Thank you very much, Mayor Abutato. So the Sustainable Development Goals 2030, the National Development Plan 2030. What's happening in 2030? I'm old enough to know that we had the year 2000, Y2K, and a whole lot of companies popped out. People made some significant amount of cash. So if you have a chance, think about that 2030. Maybe there is something happening. But that is just for old folks like me who know that vegetables and fruits at Spare were once free. We are now going to the panel discussion. I'm going to invite the co-chair of the Y20 South Africa, Ntate Moeketsi Kwaela, to facilitate this session. In the panel, we have Dr. Mabugwani. We have the Vice Chancellor, Principal of the Northwest University. We have MEC Linkapole. We are now going to ask everyone here to remain where they are. Don't move. You may have something to throw to the spinners of the debate. We just want to avoid commotion. Ntate Moeketsi, sebaka ke sa hao. Shall we have that roving mic as a belief? Yeah. Yes. So you can give you can leave the other mics there for the panel members to use. And I am off.
Testing? Oh, yeah, it's working. Dumelang bagolo? Dumelang batjha. No, so as has been introduced, my name is Moeketsi Kwaela, and I serve as the co-chair for the Youth 20 or the Y20, which is a youth engagement group of the G20. But also, I'd also like to stand on all protocols that have been observed for the sake of time. So colleagues, I have been asked to facilitate this panel discussion with a specific focus on the SDGs, right? Particularly on education and some of those specific goals that have been set. But before I get there, perhaps I thought it would be quite useful for me to also just provide context. So I mean, and I must also add that, part of the work that we've been doing as Y20 to make sure that we really leave no one behind, program director, and professor of the university, Ntate Bismarck, this is my third time actually in Northwest. And the first time we came with the South African Institute of International Affairs. We were, I think, next door by the residences here. The second time was with Os Mogadi, the G20 Education Working Group, again making sure that we include our young people. When we went to Poch, and this is our third time, and we said, me and the chair often joke that, Northwest loves us, to the point where, I must be honest, Prof, in fact, Northwest was one of the two provinces fighting to host the Y20 summit in Sun City. and it's currently taking place in the Gauteng province at Birchwood. So they didn't win that fight, but we said, despite the Y20 summit taking place, we will still come because it's important for young people to be present, to be heard, and really just participate in shaping policy. But also to mention that currently at the Y20 summit, Prof, as you would note, our particular theme as Y20, so as soon as we heard that South Africa is adopting equality, sustainability, and of course, what is the last one? You see, sustainability, equality, and solidarity. We got together as young people working in the youth development space to say it is important for us to shape this Y20, particularly given that all the G20 engagement groups, there is a clear directive that they must be led by civil society, right? So we got together, we put a South African writing group where we said young people must shape the Y20. And we said we are going to be young people who are going to build bridges, right? We are going to unite for solidarity, we are going to champion equality, and certainly we are going to drive sustainability. And our work cuts across 5 thematic tracks. The first one is on climate change and environmental sustainability. Essentially, what are those green horizons, right? What does it mean when we say we want to lead a just energy transition? And the second one, as has been mentioned by Os Mohadi, is on inclusive economic growth and those pathways to prosperity. Essentially, we know, for those of us who follow the news, that about a week ago, but also a month ago, the Stats SA General would have released the Quarter Labor Survey, and Prof touched on it in his welcome remarks. Again, Kirona, it's us, young people, who are making the loudest noise in those figures in terms of unemployment, right? The third one, we said AI, digital innovation, education, and the future of work. Essentially, what are those key competency skills that we should be equipped with as young people? But also, what are the ethical considerations we need to consider around AI? Because we know certainly, particularly in universities, how some of us here are using AI to do our assignments and, right? So to some extent, that element of critical thinking is also lost, right? Because we've outsourced our power or our working abilities to that tool in as much as it's important. The fourth one, we said, young people told us, Prof, and my fellow panelists, that we are hungry for opportunity, right? Let's focus on meaningful youth engagement and reforming multilateralism for a just future. What does that mean? Young people are telling us, we also want to participate in these UN agencies, the African Union. Oftentimes I always say to our young people, how many of us actually know, Hore, the Pan-African Parliament is headquartered in South Africa, right? But also that the Pan-African Parliament has a youth caucus. What are those young people caucusing about? They are given a budget. So how do we as young people in this room, Northwest University, we mobilize ourselves, we conscientize ourselves, but also organize ourselves to such a point we say, this thing that you guys are caucusing about, can we also form part of this caucus? These are the top 3 or 5 key issues that we are facing as young people when it comes to education, unemployment, and. Can you consider these things for policy implementation? The last one, my panelists and the colleagues in the room, is really on inclusive social development and fighting inequality. And that is why we as the Y20, we've really made sure that in each and every one of our processes, we leave no one behind, right? And part of that has meant collaborating with other working groups to make sure that we do G20 provincial, G20, Y20 provincial outreach programs, to make sure that the Y20 previously, and by the way, the Y20 is the oldest engagement group, plus minus 14 years in existence, but we also had blind spots. And really what that has meant, Prof, and the senior leadership that is here, is that it's always been an exclusive space, right? It will only be accessible to the young people working with your decos, your sires, and so on. And we said, no, let's open it up, because also South Africa's G20 presidency is also seen to be Africa's G20. So we are running 2 parallel processes where there's the international negotiations across those 5 thematic tracks, but also the South African working groups where our international counterparts in the SADC region, but in the African continent, the AU has also sent their own delegation, right, to say that Africa's voice must also be heard, given that also the AU is also part of, the the G20 having gotten admission in September of 2023. But I just thought, Prof and Program Director, with your permission, that would be some useful context, because also part of providing that context is that I don't want this panel discussion to be limited to us. I also want to open it for about plus minus 15 minutes when I wrap up at the end to get questions from yourselves, the young people who are gathered here, but also the international colleagues who've joined us from the other universities who have been invited, right? So, colleagues, I was asked by Prof. Nenesi, who leads up the research team here, to do this panel discussion on the SDG goals, the Sustainable Development Goals, right? And essentially the question is, are we on the right track in meeting these 17 goals? But Prof said to me, let's not focus on all the goals given the time that we have. Because we are a university, let's focus on the SDG number 4, which focuses on education. But on that, let us be specific. You know, there's the broad and the specifics of the specifics. And we said, let's focus on 4.3, 4.4, and 4.5, right? So SDG goal number 4 speaks about education. On 4.3, it says equal access to affordable technical, vocational, and higher education. 4.4 speaks about increase the number of people with relevant skills for financial success. 4.5 talks about eliminate all discrimination in education. Prof. Bismarck, let me start with you as the Vice Chancellor of the university. I mean, we've seen how, particularly for us in the global south, right, there's been this shift towards how do we move towards research-intensive universities, right? And I think maybe an example to give you is that we saw how during COVID-19, there were certain universities in the global north, in the UKs and them, you know, who came up with, you know, solutions around vaccines and all those things. But also we saw the ways in which, you know, those vaccines that were produced, you know, there was sort of like a discrimination as to which country will get it, you know, due to patents and all those things, right? So how do we balance, Prof, that need around, yes, research is important, right? We need research-intensive universities that are going to produce solutions and all those things, but also given our context, because I also want this conversation to, you know, be mindful of the context that we're in, particularly in South Africa, but also in the region as well, that we're operating in two educational systems, particularly from primary and high school, right? Public schooling and private schooling. So I guess the question is, how do we balance, yes, there's the research-intensive university, but also many of our young people, as you said, remain uneducated.
Thank you. Thank you very much, facilitator. Well, very good question. I think we need to first agree on certain basic principles. First, and some of them are facts. The first one I mentioned earlier. We remain, as a nation, only 87% literate. That means a big part of about 13, just less than 13% of our nation is largely illiterate. But in the 87 point something percent that is regarded as literate, we know that a very, very small percentage of that are numerate. Now, there's a difference between literacy and numeracy. Our numeracy skills are regarded as amongst the lowest in the continent. And why is that? The answer was provided yesterday. Our government has decided, even the apartheid government before 1994, decided that mathematics was supposed to be an optional subject, post, primary. Now that was a serious mistake, and we continue to perpetuate it. And therefore, the uptake into tertiary education, STEM areas, becomes quite low. The universities have got requirements, APS scores, for STEM-oriented programs. And very, very few of our matric students make it. And we now know what is the problem. We have decided to tell our children, as young as at grade 6, grade 7, that mathematics is not for you. You can decide to not pursue mathematics onwards from grade 9. You can choose to do something else. The truth of the matter is that for us to develop as a nation, we will need strength in the STEM areas. That is very true. Now, that is about basic education. Let's go to postgraduate education, and you talked about research intensive. I have also said this in my speech yesterday, that without us investing in in research and development as a country, at least 1% of our GDP, we will forever remain a developing country. Now, what is a developing country? A developing country is a country that does not create, industries for itself. It's forever consuming, importing everything. We cannot produce anything. That's a developing country. Developing countries industrialize. Now, you cannot industrialize without the requisite level of literacy, especially at graduate level. So research-intensive universities are an essential component to take our country from a developing country to an industrialized country. Because then, once we get to that level, bigger companies are more interested in investing in our country because we have skills. One of the things that also contributes to youth unemployment is skills. Are our skills aligned to what industry wants? And if you look at big companies that invest in the African continent, they look at us, South Africa, they look at mostly East Africa, and they decide where to invest, where to build their headquarters. Nairobi, Johannesburg, or West Africa, Nigeria, Accra, Lagos. And the differentiator there is the infrastructure, one, the level of skills, two, because they don't want to come here and still have to import skills. They want to find the infrastructure here and the skills here, then they invest in our economy. So I think our basics must be gotten right for us to be able to even attempt to reach those goals, those SDG goals, especially goal 4. Thank you.
Prof. Alina, SDG 4, specifically 4.4, it talks about increase the number of people with relevant skills for financial success, right? Now, research informs us that, only 9% of Africans, right, who finish high school go on to university. Secondary education, as is suggested, must be reframed as the platform from which most young Africans will enter the world of work, earn an income and lead meaningful lives as citizens of a global world, right? So in essence, we must focus on secondary education because this is where career planning starts. Now, I wanted to ask you, given that we also know that when we look at entrepreneurship or the entrepreneurial ecosystem, we know that young people employ other young people, right? So yes, there's the research-intensive university, but also how do we set our young people up for success in universities to also be entrepreneurs, to also think about, yes, it is important that you go and, attain a job, have dignity, enter the formal workplace as we have it, but we also have what we now say is the informal economy, right? How do we also, in universities, as the doctors, the teachers, the lecturers, prepare our young people as well to also be entrepreneurs?
Thank you very much, facilitator. Dumelang bagaetsho. Thank you for the question. I think one of the issues that has perhaps plagued the African university, but also the global university, has been this issue of what is the role of the university in a total human development ecosystem. In the main, we focus on the transfer of knowledge, therefore it became a teaching and learning platform, but not an empowerment platform. But we've seen a need for transforming the university. And I think VC mentioned it in his address, that the university must become the bridge between industry and the human being, the learner in this instance. So we've seen a gradual move, and it needs to be much more than gradual. We need to have it more as a radical transformation of the curriculum to ensure that the university becomes not just a site of learning for gaining certificates, but a site that can also transform the human being in terms of multiplying capabilities. So again, Memo Khadi spoke to this issue of how we have perhaps taken a silo approach to the knowledge development process of the university as a transformative platform. In the past, we did not, for example, cater for the young learner at the university or at any tertiary institute for that matter to be able to multiply their capabilities as they go through a 2-year, 3-year, or 4-year degree. We solely focused on going to class. We prepared a timetable. They go to class, they finish, they go to the dormitory. But the modern university, the current university, that's seen the importance of empowering young people to become agents of entrepreneurial development, has prepared spaces now on campuses and beyond campus through community engagement to ensure that young people can have platforms for doing other things other than learning in the classroom. For example, we've seen the increase in innovation facilities, in incubator facilities, in those spaces that allow young people to harness and leverage their other talents. And that is where we begin to see change happening in how we prepare young people for the world of work. We've also seen, as has also been highlighted, that our statistics show that in as much as we can graduate learners from university to the world of work with certificates and qualifications, those become meaningless unless they can translate towards employability. Oftentimes, industry complains that our graduates are not immediately employable. And it is critical that we address that issue. What is industry looking for? So we've seen increasingly that we also as universities have become more embracing of industry coming to campuses, whereas before, we really did not have that. So it means changing the entire ecosystem of the university from being just a site of learning with classrooms and offices to a place that can have actual practical spaces for engagement, not just engagement with the mind to mind, but also hands to hands and heart to heart. That way we can see a total transformation of the learner to become a person who can become not just employable, but become an employer. Coming to the issue of the how, I think there's still a challenge that we face in that, and it's rooted in how we have structured the university traditionally, in that the informal sector or the informal economy that actually feeds our learning environment oftentimes stays excluded from outside. You'll see it as you enter campuses. The informal service providers are always outside the fence. I think it's important that we begin to look at how we can create more bridges between the informal sectors, be it the informal economy, informal workers, informal knowledge holders, with the actual across the fence spaces of learning where we reside as the academy. So in other words, we need to actually face this issue of, are we still an elite making factory as university, or actually making workers who will feel as equally comfortable on a construction site outside the fence as they do inside our spaces. So that conversation is still ongoing. And part of that also was mentioned in the VC's address, that we are beginning to see the need to make sure that our technical vocational education ecosystems are not alternative paths that are parallel to university education, but actually beginning to find ways to blend in, to synergize with the university. That starts with the curriculum, where we look at the curriculum as a point of entry of learning, so that a TVET learner finds a pathway towards university and beyond, not as a parallel bridge. So that's one of the ways in which we can make that transformative move. Thank you.
Thanks, Prof. Ntate Mphahlele, you know, the SDG number 4 in education, specifically 4.5, it says we must eliminate all discrimination in education. And I want to carry on the thinking that Prof. Alina leaves us with, right? Particularly the example you spoke about when industry, you know, the trends that are coming from industry saying that, you know, these young people are not, you know, equipped to be in the workplace, right? And I'm also reminded here in 2015 when Wits University, for example, put a stop on their LLB program because they were getting complaints from industry, specifically the law firms, that we don't know how you guys are preparing these young people, but they're not adequate to survive, to being CAs and all those things, right? Ntate Mphahlele, again, many of us here who are young people, we come from different, you know, backgrounds, socioeconomic background, I mean, right? Some of us, we only know Microsoft Word up until ufika university, right? Like literally from grade 1 to grade 12, you've been in class, you've never seen a computer class, I would say the iPad and all those things, right? And then Prof. Bismarck is like, hey, I want my assignment 1.5 words, Microsoft Word, yeah, times New Roman, 1.5 spacing. You're like, what is that? So Ntate Mphahlele, given our socioeconomic backgrounds, what then is the role of universities in eliminating, you know, all these discriminations in education, given that background that we know of? Again, you would have seen the fees must fall, calling for access and all those things. Is it the university's responsibility to discriminate, or do we need to partner with other role players in the ecosystem?
It's a difficult one that the kids. Let me greet all the participants in the audience and also the panel members here. So I can assure you that universities are continuously evolving, and they continue to evolve to meet what the market needs, and they continue to evolve to solve the challenges that are actually faced in the society. Unfortunately, there's only so much we can do as universities. But we are not saying that we cannot continue to evolve. But, you know, the challenges continue to expand, and as we evolve, but then it means that we need to intensify our effort to try and meet you know, the new challenges as they evolve. So first thing that universities are faced with is to make sure that when you leave the university, you have got the right skills to enter the market. And we meet that bridge, or rather we close that gap with making sure that our graduates, whether these are undergraduate students or postgraduate students, they are exposed to the realities of the work environment. So we have got number of you know, industries, number of public entities, including private entities, where we expose our students with work learning programs, also with internships. And just to take the previous discussion a little bit further, to say that you cannot expect the same cadre of professors or lecturers to become, you know, suddenly entrepreneurs, all right, and teach students about entrepreneurship in the class when they don't have the skills, when they don't have knowledge, when they themselves are not even, entrepreneurs. So the best way to bridge that gap is to make sure that you take the students to the places where entrepreneurship is practiced. We can give an example with agriculture. So if you want them to really take agriculture seriously, what do? You partner with the people who are in the business of agriculture. They have to do practicals there. They have to spend time there. So over and above what we teach them in the class, they must do practicals. But it's not just about practicals to learn how to do farming or to look after the livestock. It's how to manage the business. Because, you will graduate and enter into agriculture, but if you don't know how to manage the resources, including the human people that you're going to work with, you will fail. There's no question about that. So that goes to all sectors. Whether you talk about technology, if you don't partner with the right sectors in technology, they will fail because they know the theory, but they don't know how to apply it. So it's one way to bridge the gap. And I often say that if you want your students to work in the industry where they have to bake bread or to make biscuits, but you do not give them the recipe of how to make bread or to bake biscuits, what does that mean? They cannot just learn theory and go and experiment when they finish. They have to learn the skills as they are at the university. So for me, those are the things that the universities must do. And we are evolving. We are trying to give students the skills that they need to enter the market. But as I say, the challenges are just many, and we will continue to evolve, as the challenges expand. But then it's just a two-way process. The students also have to come to party. They must know that this is part of what they need to do. They need to come to party when they get the opportunities. Thank you.
Prof, before I come to you, Ntate Mabohweme, I mean, you are in the Department of Monitoring and Evaluation, and I imagine much of your work is also about making sure, whether all our government, departments, whether they're actually implementing their policy work, right? And when we look at the SDG report, every year they release in the report on how far we are with regards to meeting the SDGs, right? And really, the results are always amazing to me, where it appears that we remain far off track, right, in terms of achieving that 2030 agenda. And we know that oftentimes as a country in South Africa, we get lambasted for, we've got great policies, but we lack implementation. Recently, we would also see these, critiques around the national dialogue. But this compact that we are working towards, will we actually implement it, right? The policies are there, but we lack implementation. So as someone who works in the DPME, but also in the presidency, right, shaping our policies, even around higher education, where do we unblock? Where is the deadlock? Is it the case that maybe our government officials are not as equipped in terms of implementation, or is it us as citizens? How do we unblock that thing to make sure that all these things that we've committed ourselves to, this 5-point-something plan, we stick to it and we actually implement it, as we've seen with some of the Asian tigers in terms of the countries, right? Where, yes, we can pivot where we need to pivot, but we're still remaining to that plan.
Good morning, everyone. So I'll stand again on the protocol. It's always a difficult question that we always get given around this. But I think we need to just think around these implementations as an ecosystem. So not only one part, if one part works and the rest are not working, you are not going to achieve anything. So it's not only the problem of government, it's a problem of civil society, it's a private sector problem, and just issues of also inequality. So we have the plans. I mean, if you know the NDP, which is actually aligned with the SDGs, this is where we would like to go. Everyone is there on how to get there. But then, as you indicate, the issue of implementing becomes a problem. So I just want to raise why sometimes we look as if like we don't know where we want to go. So let's start first from society's role. That if society does not actively engage government or engage in their responsibilities, things will always fall apart. So you can come and say, this is the opportunities that we have, we've paid them money, you've got your NSFAS, but as the Vice Chair was indicating, not everyone takes advantage of opportunities that are there. So you can't then say it is the failure of government when people don't take advantage of what has been provided. Similarly, I mean, if you go as a part of this ecosystem, basic education, you don't need to pay your school fees, we give you meals, we provide the teachers, but you still have students who don't take advantage, especially after grade 9. Yeah. We see a huge dropout, students don't go to school, but yet schools are provided. And so the question is, what is it that we are still doing wrong that makes it not possible for them to take advantage of it? Similarly, if you check, when you go to matric, there are more females than boys. And you ask yourself, where is the boy child going? You go then to your university, similarly, it's more of your girls that are passing, there are more of your girls that are reaching universities. And if you even to your TVET colleges, which is amazing, you always assume that TVET colleges will be much more male-oriented, but you still see more females. So there is something that even though our plans are clear in terms of what needs to be done, that we are failing to touch something around the boy child, something about education being something that is stimulating and for people to be able to stay on the course. Of course, you raise the issue of policies. Yes, you can create these policies. NSFAS is there with all its problems, before I get stoned, with all its problems, but it does give children an opportunity. But you will be surprised as we travel around the country going to school. Lots of students don't apply to NSFAS. They don't even apply to universities. It's only after they realize that I have passed that they would like to now suddenly wake up wanting to apply. So there is something about information that we are not sharing, but there is also this despondency that probably young people don't see the future, therefore these things are not much more exciting. So as we plan and try and implement these things, we must always think around the ecosystem. How is this ecosystem of creating skills really working? The Vice Chair has just indicated that even for your masters, if you go out along the black community, we don't continue into the master. So the plans are there, the money is there, but students don't take advantage of it. What is it that we are missing to ensure that those plans actually get carried away? So implementation, yes, is very important, but the role of ensuring that everyone knows that it is important, education is still important, contrary to what people are saying, that you can be educated, you'll still be unemployed. The Vice Chair has indicated there's still a premium that society will pay for anyone with a university degree.
Before I take Prof, Ntate Manoko, who's our esteemed program director, had indicated to me that I'm left with 5 minutes. Is it 5 minutes to wrap up or 5 minutes to engage the questions? I just want to check, because I do want to respect the time as well. All right. All right. Prof, let me take your hand. You had raised your hand. I think you wanted to input into something after Ntate Mpahlele spoke, and then I'll open it up for 5 minutes from our young people, and then I will wrap it up. Prof?
No, a quick one on entrepreneurship. I think Prof. Jeff makes a very good point. You can't produce student entrepreneurs when you don't teach them entrepreneurship. Equally, they can't be entrepreneurs when they are not taught by entrepreneurs. So last week I was in Botswana. I visited a small university called Botu University. It's a private university. And we always think, the Northwest University is a big university, the second largest contact university in the country with all the smart people. But I came back there having learned one very important thing. That university has made it compulsory for all the students before they graduate. They must have taken a course for 2 semesters in entrepreneurship. And that course must be taught by entrepreneurs, not from inside the university, from outside. Self-employed, there are many of them, very successful entrepreneurs. We don't give them the opportunity. Now, I said, with my team, Mr. Manoko was there, when we left, I said, this is what I'm going to take to the University Senate. We are going to take it to the Senate, and we're going to discuss it, and we're going to get it approved by council, that it must be, if it's a 4-year degree on your 3rd year, first semester, second semester, entrepreneurship 1, entrepreneurship 2. If it's a 4-year degree on your 3rd year, same if it's a 3-year degree on your 2nd year. Because there was also an evaluation that said, if you teach it as part of your first year riff-raff modules, it fizzles out of the system of the students, because then they forget about it. But when they are headed towards their graduation, they are starting to be mindful about what's next for me. I need to find a job, or I must create a job for myself. That's where that course becomes relevant. So that is one transformation in the curriculum that we have decided. We're going to take it through to Senate and Council of the Northwest University.
No, thank you, Prof. And
Sorry, Chair.
yeah,
I mean, I agree with the Vice Chancellor, but we also, as I said, we must think about the ecosystem.
yeah,
Entrepreneurship does not start when you are at a university.
True.
I appreciate that. But from basic education, this should be something that is ingrained, that we need to be thinking about entrepreneurship, but not only learning it, because you don't learn how to drive a car from taking a module, but
Yeah.
actually practicing it in those schools. So that by the time a Vice Chancellor receives these students, he finds them that this thing is already ingrained in them. So that it's somehow, as a country, we have not focused on that part. We've
Yeah.
always focused on finding the formal job for yourselves.
No, thank you. And I think it's an important one. And I think what has been raised is that, the policy spaces of education, small enterprise, and certainly youth must align, right? Colleagues, as I said, this is not a one-way conversation, right? I do want to open it up, but I'm going to kindly request that for the sake of time, that I take ±5 hands. We'll take them in one round, and then you can either direct them at a specific speaker, either Prof. Bismarck, our colleague from DPME, Ntate Mphahlele, or Professor Alina, right? Or it can be a general comment that is taken up by everyone. But also I do want to assure everyone that we are still here. So as you can see, these colleagues are here throughout the day. We've committed to this day. So even if you don't ask a question, it's fine. You can interact with us as we also are in the stalls and all those things, right? So we are still here, that much I can assure you, right? So I'm seeing the gentleman on my far right who will be giving the mic. And then the lady here in the middle who will, it's a bit of a difficult one. Hey, can I ask, those who have raised their hands, can you stand? Can I ask that you stand? Just to make it easier for these colleagues to identify you. And that's the only hand that side.
Yes, another hand.
Can that colleague there stand?
Yes. Can you guys?
All right, they're still deciding. Can I ask, and I know sometimes with questions, you want to provide context and all those things, but I've covered that as the facilitator. So I'm going to ask that you ask your question, and I'm not trying to police you, but the question is easy. What, how, when? Right? Because we've got so many people who want to ask questions and we're still here. I get what, how, when? And I'm not trying to suppress anyone. We'll take all of them and then we will summarize and then our colleagues will answer and then I wrap it up, we close it, we move on to the next item and then we engage with each other. Yeah. Please introduce yourself, your name, which campus you're from, or which university you're from.
Thank you very much. My name is Benedict Ndou. I'm from this campus. So my question goes to 4.4, I think Prof. Alia. So you're talking about relevant skills for financial success. But we are living in a world of unemployment, and in the employment world, they want experience. So we ask ourselves, are the courses that we are doing here giving us the relevant experience if we are still needed to have experience?
Thanks.
Good day, everyone. My name is Tulofelo Moloi. I am from this university, this campus. So my question, well, first I have an answer for our VC, who raised very important points that a lot of students that are graduating for masters and PhD are from other races, and if are black, they are not South African, mostly are not South African. And he said that is mostly because of our lack of appetite. Well, I'm against that point because we do have appetite. We are young people, we have appetite, we are very dedicated, and we feel like we have so much to offer, but we don't have the financial means. And by financial means, I mean that, yes, the NWU does provide the NWU bursary, which is 34K for a master's student. That 34K does not even cover the postgraduate residence here on campus, which is 47K. And on top of that, there is tuition, there is also registration. So as much as we want to learn, but we don't really have the financial means to do so. And then my question is, as the Northwest University, and the government as well, what are you doing to ensure that I don't have to worry about my research and what I am going to eat and how I am going to pay the school back its fees, and also how am I even going to enroll for my PhD while I still have outstanding fees?
Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you so much.
The biochemistry, the faculty FNAS, biochemistry, yes.
Okay, both speakers are from the Faculty of Natural and Agricultural Sciences. Just
Awesome.
to contextualize the questions.
Thank you so much. Can we take these 1, 2, 3, and then that last one there, and then our panel will.
Okay. Good morning, everyone. I'm also from the faculty of FNAS. So as science students, right, from our undergrad into postgrad, we're constantly like in the lab. We have the practical skills, but then at the end of the day, we're still unemployable.
Yeah.
And then even if you get to postgrad, not postgrad, your doctorate, right? You are still considered like unemployable. And then we also have stakeholders, right? You tell us to go to industries and all of that. There's so many limitations as a science student. You're not allowed into the lab. You can't touch this, you can't do that. And we understand that, but like you can't encourage us to go into industry when there's so many limitations. So what are we to do as students?
Yeah, thank you so much.
Okay, so my name is Lodri Mangwan. I'm from the Poch campus, so also the education faculty. So my question, I want to direct it to the Vice Chancellor. He spoke about entrepreneurship implemented from first year up until almost the entire year, the last year of the degree. So what I want to say is that it's just like research. Right now, I'm in my honors, so with honesty, I have encountered a lot of issues when it comes to research. So it's like we are not fully equipped into understanding what research means and how is it being done and all of that. So I wanted to say that if ever maybe research could be introduced from second year up until the last year, so then when you get to your postgraduate, it becomes very easy for you. I can't say easy, but you already have a bigger background of what is it that you are doing here.
Yes.
Yes.
I'm pretty much sure you're going to say, Prof, we are coming for you. My name is Gudwada Molebati. I'm coming from the Potchefstroom campus, Faculty of Health Sciences. I'm in the Applied Health Sciences School. My question is very simple. It's directed to the Vice Chancellor, unfortunately. So you mentioned that you are going to bring external bodies to provide like substantial education to like third-year students and so forth and so on, and not people from within the university itself. My question is very simple then. So given that there's like a barrier of access to these initiatives and incentives, so how then do we like break this barrier of access?
Thank you so much. This is my last hand. Yeah.
Thank you very much. My question really borders around 4.3 and 4.4 and 4.5. So it's Jerry Mukwena from the Faculty of EMS.
Do you mind speaking up? We can't hear you.
Oh, sorry about that. I'm
just
saying...
hold your paper on your other hand and then your mic close to you and then project.
Okay, sorry about that. Ne? So Jerry Mukwena from the Faculty of EMS. So essentially my question borders around, let's say, 4.3, 4.4, and 4.5, that essentially speaks about equal access to affordable technical, vocational, and higher education, and the increase in the number of people in relevant skills. So essentially my question borders around this. We've already seen from the floor when we raised the question that says that there seems to be a disparity between the labor market skills requirements and what we are actually getting. And the fact that you are touching upon the case of saying that you want to eliminate, let's say, the discrimination between maybe TVET and the universities. So essentially, is the argument or the question here centering around the fact that you are trying to reevaluate the bedrock that forms like universities? Because we know, according to the Department of Higher Education, the bedrock of universities is essentially to facilitate 70% of theoretical work and 30% of practicals. So are we essentially trying to reevaluate that in order for us to close the gap of saying that the skills that we are learning theoretically should actually be something that we already have? So in that instance, can we actually instill practical studies even in theoretical courses like your EMS faculty, for example, transport economics? Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. Colleagues, hey, I know, Prof, no, your students want to engage you clearly. So clearly the message is, we often don't see our VC. Now that he's here, he must account. But you know, these are very important questions that have been posed. I mean, the first one, it was directed to you, Prof. Alina, around, you know, you touched a bit on experience and education, right? And I think to circle back to what you're speaking about, particularly around industry. So how do we then bridge still that gap, right? To make sure that, yes, I'm done, the VC, you know, I attended my graduation ceremony, you know, he tapped me on my head, the degree has been confirmed, you know, but also, so skills and experience, workplace, education, how do we align?
Thank you very much. Thanks for the question. Quick solution, but not necessarily one size fits all. In Namibia, there is a program similar to what VC described at Airport University called Work Integrated Learning. That can also be called cooperative education. You end up with a semester where you are, you could say, embedded in industry. I know that many other professions require that or demand that. Sometimes that's up to 2 semesters. But WIL, acronym WIL, does give you that industry experience and immersion that really is needed. But I think the question that is being asked, which is very, very critical, is why is it that our workplaces, especially in public sectors, and it's across the world, but I'll speak more to our case in South Africa and the SADC region. We demand many years of experience from young people. The architecture of jobs, job descriptions, one could say, has always been based on X number of years of experience. Unfortunately, we have not transformed that profiling of the worker to be in par with what is prevalent today. It was based on an old, I would say, bureaucratic system of employment and therefore procurement of labor services or human capital utilization. The modern graduate comes with most of these skills much more, I'd say, attuned to them, to their fit in the world of work, whether it's ICT, language literacy, etc., etc. So it is important that our policy reforms, our policy changes actually address that issue, because we still ask for maybe 10 plus years of experience for job cadres that are in the public or other sectors, when in fact the period could be shortened by looking at the skills profile of the person coming into the workplace. But also importantly, what can be done, the bridging between the university and the world of work can be done through very short, high impact skills retooling programs, which unfortunately at the moment are where the challenge of financing come in. Not many workplaces would put money for graduate internships that actually accelerate the skills acquisition in the workplace. It happens in some sectors like fintech and mining where there's ample resources, but where there are limited financial resources, it doesn't actually happen, especially in public sector employment. So the question then is, how can the young person still in their process of self-development at university gain those skills? And it's critical to highlight that with ICT, with online learning, with the explosion of technologies, you are able to self-develop and get micro-credentials and other process of certification that enables you to be much more diversified as you enter the world of work. So you can shortcut the period required in terms of experiential learning by the time you enter the world of work. So those are the win-wins that can happen between oneself as a self-developing worker to be, and then of course the world of work in terms of doing that. What we do need to think about more carefully or more seriously is the issue of how do we finance the shortfall that comes from, say, government spend on education and the world of work or industry actually procuring those skills. And that's where the issue of now resource mobilization as a conversation in this critical conversations needs to be addressed. Thank you.
Yeah. VC, I mean, earlier on in your welcome remarks, you said, yes, research does indicate that, many of our young South Africans, in terms of our graduates, do not have appetite to take up postgraduate, programs. And the young lady was saying, Prof, we hear you, right? Research is indicating that indeed there is no appetite. But what she's raising is, but how can there be appetite when there are bread and butter issues to consider? There's tuition, there's res, there's a dining hall, there's and. So what is NWU, Northwest University, doing to make sure that we activate or reactivate that desire for our young graduates to take up postgraduate education?
Thank you. Is the Dean of France here? Can you come to the front? I want to be practical. Yeah, so let them see you, just face them. So to respond to that question directly, I am not bluffing when I said we committed to making sure that postgraduate students are fully funded if you qualify. So if you qualify for entry, you can be admissible in honors, masters and PhD. We are going to fund it 100%. Now, we first experimented with the honors program. And as Manoko said, the uptake was not that good. And we went back and asked, why are they not taking this up? And there were some responses proffered for that. The first one was, well, it doesn't cover everything. The second one was, Well, some of them want to go and work. They don't want to do honors. They want to go and work because the families have been waiting for them to graduate, which is the reality of our socio-economic situation. But then I came back and said, but there are no jobs. Where are you going to work? There are no jobs. We know there are no jobs. So we want you back here. So we agreed at the University Management Committee that we must cover 100% for honors, masters, and PhD, as long as you qualify. Now I want to repeat that in front of him. That if you qualify, if your faculty says you've met 65% average for admission into a master's, you must get 100%. 100% means full residence, meals, and tuition. And so,
All right.
Mr. Facilitator, I'm going to take all the questions quickly because I noted them down. The second question was on entrepreneurship contrasted with research methods.
Yeah.
So the gentleman there was saying it's well and good if you want to teach us entrepreneurship in the early stages, but what about research methods? And I think that's a very important question. We've discussed that 2 years ago during my town halls. Some of the students in the campuses said, VC, we struggle when we get to honors because we have no idea about research methods. And I can tell you, those of you who've done postgraduate, one of the most difficult courses when you start your postgraduate first year is research methods. Now we said, we need to go back and say research methods must be taught at undergraduate. And these are discussions that we will take to Senate again, because if you can understand, I even gave them an example at that time, that when I was doing my studies in the US, there was what was called undergraduate thesis. So you could not graduate from engineering or science or chemistry without having an undergraduate thesis, which was a project of 3-4 months towards the end of your final year. And that was a very nice runway into postgraduate. Why can't we do it here? So that's again what curriculum transformation that we must look into. The next question was the TVET story about what do we mean now when we say are we now changing the construct that says undergrad university education should be 30% practical and 70% theoretical? No, we're not saying that. We're saying the time has come for us to put more practical skills into undergraduate, but at the same time to give the TVET students, TVET diplomate graduates of TVET, a pathway into the university system. Now let me start with the left hand. We are saying students must be placed, because that practical skill, if we can fight for placement, and this must be a collaboration between government, ourselves, and private sector, that every student before they graduate, they must have spent time at least every holiday, whether it's the June or December holiday, on some kind of placement in industry. Because that way, we begin to count that placement as part of your experience. That's how they do it in the developed world. So when you have your master's, for example, when you apply for a job in the US, in Canada, when you apply for a job with a master's degree, 2 years of experience is already credited. They don't say, no, you don't have experience. They take that the master's degree means you must have had some way, because it's compulsory for you to have internships there. So you must be credited already by 2 years. We take you the same way as someone who has worked for 2 years when you have a master's degree. We need to enforce it here in the country, because it can only happen if we agree with government, with industry, and ourselves as universities. Again, that's curriculum transformation. Now, the right-hand side, which is the TVETs, we want to say they should not be condemned to the sidelines because they've gone through TVET. In fact, if we create an articulation route from TVET into maybe second or third year of an undergraduate, or in some science or engineering, science or engineering program. We have created a hybrid student today. A student that has spent 2-3 years at a TVET with very good practical skills, and we've now taken them, articulated them into the undergraduate system where they get more depth in theory. At the end, you have a very wholesome graduate there. An engineer who will immediately start their own workshop and create new jobs for others. So those are the things that I think program director needs to be discussed by the whole sector. We have taken that decision that we want to work with our own TVETs, Orbit and others in the province so that we can create that articulation route. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Colleagues, I'm going to wrap it up. And I'm going to request that our doctor from DPME, but let me start with the Dean. Prof, actually, how come I make you to Dean? Just give us you've been seated there, you've been observing, you've heard the questions, just your one parting shot for today.
Good morning, Dumelang. Dumelang, good morning. I think my task has been made easy by the presence of the Vice Chancellor here. The question of funding was going to be a very difficult one, but since he has made the pronouncement, certainly we will implement accordingly. But the challenge is not only in taking up, the postgraduate, but it's also the postdoctoral. Most of the postdoctoral fellows that we have are foreign nationals. I know at some point there's one country in our faculty where we have about 20 foreign nationals who are postdoctoral fellows from one country. And then we have about maybe 2 or 3 from South Africa. And then we have another 20 from different nationalities in other countries. So that challenge is not only with the, because obviously if you have very few doctoral students, you're also going to have very few postdoctoral students.
Yeah.
So it is an inherent problem that I think a forum like this one should address that. But I'm grateful for your generosity, Vice Chancellor.
Yeah.
We'll take that up. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. VC, one last parting shot from you as well. We are your young people are here. Your last words?
Last words, thank you for taking me on. I think we need to have these forums with postgraduate students without the visitors here. We must have our own Prof. Jeff is here. He will, and Professor Nenesi, we will arrange for our own, social events so that we can just get to tap into each other's wisdom. But thank you very much for raising some of these important issues.
So after here, I trust you to go to the VC's office. VC, you promised us a social. Dr. Mabokweme, your last words for today.
No, first, thank you for inviting us, and we are glad that we won't be there in the social, but it's an important social that needs to be done. So just few things. Industry is an important partner here, and we need to ensure somehow we get to work with industry. That work integrated learning that Prof was raising is an important issue, and we know that your TVET colleges actually participate in it, but with the economy going down, they have closed down those opportunities. We need to find a way on how do we reopen the discussion and to allow our students to actually get the experience, because without it, even the little that the government has done of saying we have removed the requirement of years for the entry level, it's still a minuscule because we employ very few people compared to the private sector. So there is a need for us to engage the private sector to open up and allow these experiences. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Ntate Mphahlele?
For me, just to thank the participation of the youth. Take us on. It must not stop here. Make your voice heard in all different ways. At a faculty level, but also at a higher level if you want to engage with, senior management, make your voice heard. Is the only way we can understand what your challenges are. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Prof. Alina?
Mine is going to be a tongue-in-cheek. Having woken up in Gaborone and being here for 8 o'clock, I am a firm believer that we are our own boundary makers and boundary breakers. Young people, I'll challenge you to go beyond your borders, whatever they may be, physical or otherwise. Traveling, whether by the mind through reading or traveling physically, will broaden your competitiveness. As a labor force, you are globally marketable. Take advantage of the world as your stage and go and dance out there. Your enablers are going to be your language acquisition. I don't know how many of us, maybe for example, Samake Swahili, or Parle Français, or any other language that can enable you to go beyond our borders. But use every skill that you have to unbreak, or to break the boundaries, and to free yourself to be able to be competitive as a global labor resource.
Yeah.
As a youthful population, the continent can export human capital as much as we export our diamonds and platinum.
Yeah.
Take advantage of your skills and go out there to the world. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Colleagues, thank you so much for your contributions and your serious message, but also just for availing yourselves. Can we give them another warm round of applause? Program Director Ntate Manuku, I think for me what is quite clear is that the dogmas of the past are inadequate to the stormy present. And with that, let me say thank you. Rekai kwala ntate.
Thank you very much, Ntate Kwaela. We had to allow that time because there's no use for us to converge and then chase time without benefiting from these very important people here. So thank you very much. I am going to ask the following people to go to the table there where the organizers are. These are the judges for the poster competition. Whilst I do that, the deans, please come forward here for the group photo, and all our visitors from the departments as well as other universities in South Africa and outside. Please come forward. Dr. Dokas Lisinyeo, please, you are the judge. I hope you know that. Provincial Mururira, please. Dr. Omolola Fayemi, please go there as well. Prof. Damien Onodiwe, Prof. Emilio, Prof. Liepile, Prof. Kidiboni, Dr. Rorisang. You are the judges, please go that side. All the deans in the Northwest University, Prof. Dumi, I'm not sure if you can hear me, but please come forward here for the group photo. Mohadi Idamobele Ngwanesu. Please, the deans, deputy deans, I'm asked, please come forward. We are running against time now. The DVCs from other universities and visitors, you know yourselves, please come forward for the group photo. And whilst they do that, we are going on a break. And we are back here at, should we make it 12:15? Yeah, that's sufficient, ne? Yeah, let's be back here 12:15. Thank you very much. You've been a wonderful audience, engaging and stimulating the thoughts. Thank you very much. Shall we have those people responsible for the group photo to direct how the panel should compose themselves?
They couldn't resist the pain. Where were you? Where were you? One can see their tears, their emotions, their anxiety, their depression. Where were you when they were trying to climb the ladder of success? Success. They said that education is the key to success. But what happened to those who had papers and they are there unemployed but they are graduate? What happened to those that have qualification? They told me that I must have experience, but I went to school. How can I have experience but I went to school? You told me that I have to have 2 years experience, but now I'm a qualified doctor, PhD and master's. What happened? You told me that this is hard. You told me that one could see their tears crying for education. One can see their darkness and crying. One can see their emotions crying. No jobs, but they were there. Emapili, I should have waited. On Ulikai, where were you when they were crying to escalate and to climb the ladder of success? One can see the sharp tones, one can see the emotions they were trying. It was not easy. No one said it's gonna be easy. I saw them crying. They were just waiting for the opportunity, but they never get opportunities. They were there. On Ulikai, where were you? When they were crying tears, crying for better education, crying for better opportunities, where were you? I saw their tears crying. One could not help. All one can see was emotions after emotions. It was like a eradication of emotions. One can see their tears, crying. Where were you when they were trying to climb the ladder of success? Bashawe, youth of today, remember those who died for us. Youth of today, it's up to you to fight. It's up to you to fight for the freedom. Where were you when they were crying in tears? They were crying. I should have waited. Emma Bailey. Thank you, guys.
I thought you were going to render at least 2 pieces. Yeah? I was standing afar, so you can do that. Do we have a student V Nkomo? Your student card is here. V Nkomo. Your student card is here. I'll give it to the protection services. You can go to Ntateli Chuti for the student card. Prof. Paro, are you here? We are now going into the second panel. Prof. Paro, I'm told you are the lucky one. Please come take over the reins here. I see the panel is ready. Does transformative, transdisciplinary research contribute to solving African sustainability problems and creating the context and capacities that empower individuals and communities to act for their own transformative change? Prof. Paro. There we go.
Sorry.
Oh, yes. Yeah. Shall we get the people at the poster exhibition to come inside or otherwise find a way of keeping quiet? Yeah, please, let's organize that.
Colleagues, can we get seated? We need to be starting now. There's a lot of echo, there's a lot of background noise. Good afternoon. We don't have a lot of time, so I'm going to try and do my best so we can catch up quickly in addressing the question of transdisciplinarity and transformative research, building sustainable futures. My name is Kidibone Paho. I'm from the Faculty of Humanities. We are going to continue, colleagues, with the panel discussion. It's a huge honor, ladies and gentlemen, the lineup that we have this morning, as well as the panelists that we are having now, and also allow me to stand on the established protocol. So I'm going to ask our DVC of research from the University of Fort Hare, Prof. Ntabiseng, to take us through her presentation. Prof.
Dumelang bagaeso. Dumelang. Le kae? Re teng, Vice Chancellor Professor Tobeka, Deputy Vice Chancellor for Research, Professor Pahlele, members of the Executive Committee, as well as the extended management team, executive deans, deputy deans, staff, students, as well as my fellow panelists. Good afternoon. The question that we have been asked to address as a panel this afternoon is about transformative disciplinary research and how it contributes to solving African sustainability problems, and also how it creates the context and capacities that empower individuals and communities to act for their own transformative change. So in answering this question, I want to say yes, transformative disciplinary research is actually important, and it does contribute to all those elements. However, you also need to talk about very important caveats and we need to have that clear understanding of what transformative transdisciplinary research entails, especially in the African context. We are living in a time when Africa faces unprecedented sustainability challenges. So you talk about climate change, we all know them, food insecurity, inequality, we talk about poverty, we talk about youth unemployment, and I think I need to really underline youth unemployment, especially given this day of Y20 that where we are talking about this very important matters today. So these problems are very complex in their nature. They are interconnected, and crucially, and most crucially, they are amenable to solutions from a single discipline or perspective. They can never be solved by a single discipline. So we must therefore move away from silos. I think even previous speakers, even yesterday, the panels that talked about this issue of staying away from silos. So let's perhaps spend a minute to talk about transformative, transdisciplinary research. I think the name says it all, but again, one has to emphasize that it's not simply about combining different disciplines. It is about working across knowledge boundaries, integrating academic insight with the wisdom of communities, the experience of practitioners, and the foresight of policymakers. So just underlining those keywords, you can see that this indeed is not even just beyond academic disciplines, it's also having to talk to other partners. I think that the previous panel, when addressing the questions that were raised by you, also emphasized partnerships. I think we are living in a season where partnerships will increasingly become the currency. So in other words, as institutions of higher learning, we can never solve all those problems that we have, all those challenges that we envisage we'll be able to solve without involving industry, without involving policymakers, without involving global role players. It's in the name of the game. It's the partnerships that will ultimately ensure that we reach the goals that we want to reach. So it is transformative. The research is indeed transformative in the sense that it does not only aim to understand the world that we live in, but to change it. So transformative, as you can hear, is about changing and shifting structures, the systems. We talked about, even yesterday, there was a mention of incentives, the promotions in our universities. How are they recognizing transdisciplinary research? And how is that research being incentivized, even in our systems? It's also about ensuring that we change the cultures that we have been living in as academics, as institutions of higher learning, so that they are adaptable, they ensure sustainability, equity, as well as resilience. So within the African context, transformative transdisciplinary research demands that we also pay attention to our local knowledge systems, those indigenous knowledge systems that have really been able to sustain us over the years. We need to pay attention to them. We also need to pay attention to historical injustices. Yes, they are still there. And we really, even as we come up with new policies, with new ideas of how we move forward, we also need to ensure that we contextualize what we are facing so that even our policies, our programs, our interventions can really ensure that we co-produce knowledge with communities and not just about them. Yeah, so just to give some examples, perhaps within those wicked challenges that we normally talk about and how transformative transdisciplinary research can actually play a meaningful role. Just talking about the agricultural sector, those transdisciplinary projects that we have in universities, and if indeed they are transdisciplinary, they need to be helping smallholder farmers. And if you talk about health research, it needs to come up with those blended models of care that respect indigenous knowledge and medical science, and also that do provide a more holistic solution to persistent health disparities. I think I just want to highlight perhaps again those systems that need to respond to what we are talking about here today. And I think I did talk about policies. They need to be inclusive, and also our innovation ecosystems. They need to be strengthened, and they need to connect universities to startups, municipalities, NGOs, and even global partners. And also, transformative, transdisciplinary research is also about promoting international collaborations based on equity and mutual respect, and also in the process, co-learning and moving away from extractive models of knowledge transfer. So as I conclude, Program Director, let me just say that transformative, transdisciplinary research is not a luxury. It is not an academic trend. It is essential. It is very much as essential for addressing Africa's sustainable challenges in ways that are just, inclusive, and enduring. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Prof. Colleagues, without any further ado, I'm going to call on to the stage Prof. Aldo Strubel. He is the DVC for research from the University of Mpumalanga. A round of applause. There's a lot of background noise, colleagues. I'm not sure if they're still doing some judging of the posters, but there's a lot of feedback. So we're struggling to hear and take notes. So I'm not sure if the organizers there can arrange that we get down the noise. Thank you.
Thank you, Baba. Dear colleagues, a very good afternoon. It is really a great pleasure to be here and to share in this extraordinary celebrations of G20 and Y20 at Northwest University's Mainkeng campus. My own university, University of Mpumalanga, hosted a large series of G20 initiatives during the last week of May. So I must say, tongue in the cheek, I'm sure you look forward to the end of this week. But we also celebrate this enormous opportunity that we have to add our voice to a global discussion, and in this case, at Northwest University. So Professor Toybeka and esteemed colleagues and members of the executive, thank you very much that we could be here. It is an intriguing topic that we're discussing, colleagues, and I want to mention two words from that summary that you see. Transformative, transdisciplinary research. It is the first time that I see those two words together. And I think that is what we must focus on because there's urgency. It focuses at the heart of our discussions. So we're speaking and implying innovation, equity, and impact. And we must explore transdisciplinarity not just as an academic endeavor, but the fact that it is deeply transformative, and especially within our African sustainability contexts. But we must be very certain about what we speak about when we use the term transdisciplinarity. Transdisciplinary research integrates diverse disciplines, but also stakeholder knowledge systems. And it blends academia, communities, policymakers, and practitioners. And it goes beyond collaboration. And for me, this is the key. It co-produces knowledge that is rooted in realities and that addresses the intertwined social, environmental, and economic dimensions of sustainability. So all of us represent universities on this stage, and the far majority of the participants are from higher education. And we certainly recognize the limitations of siloed disciplines when we speak of the construct of transdisciplinarity. And that's why we embrace transdisciplinary research as part of our strategic visions because we want to transcend traditional academic boundaries. And that was clearly indicated by both the DVC of NWU and Professor Toybeka this morning. We foster stakeholder collaboration, nurture the co-creation of knowledge with communities, policymakers, and practitioners. So the question then is, colleagues, why youth? Why now? Why discuss transformative transdisciplinary research in the context of youth? There's, number one, a stark reality in our country specifically, where youth, and particularly those in rural and underserved communities, face many intersecting challenges. And some of them are educational inequality, unemployment, and social marginalization. But as universities, we see these young people as not just subjects of research, but as knowledge co-creators with enormous potential. So for youth to be effective partners in sustainable transformation, in transformative transdisciplinary engagement, universities must create enabling environments, and we are committed to embed mentorship and co-production in transdisciplinary curricula, but also to valorize the youth and to recognize contributions through institutional engagements, awards, policy influence, and further advancement. Let's try to bring this home also, colleagues, by citing a few examples from different sectors. So as Ntabiseng has rightfully indicated, universities are committed, but there is tangible examples where this is already working, although of course it is acknowledged that it can be expanded. So there's numerous examples at Stellenbosch and Rhodes universities, for instance, where sustainable development and sustainability learning are embedded in curricula. And it brings around an ontological groundedness and epistemological openness in those curricula. At Fort Hare, where Ntabiseng is, the Center for Transdisciplinary Studies fuses indigenous knowledge with disciplinary learning. At the University of Pretoria Center for the Study of Resilience, that model of education fosters co-productive research skills and positions youth as equal contributors. At the excellent Northwest University, where we find ourselves, your highly regarded Bacho Twelopelo, or Youth Taking Charge project, brings participatory action learning initiatives that enables unemployed young people to take charge of their own employability. Similarly, yours in the UNESCO-supported Knowledge for Change program, and of course, the well-regarded Center of Excellence in Indigenous Knowledge Systems. At my own university, University of Mpumalanga, our really well-known Center for Entrepreneurship really focus on that inclusive component of youth employability and entrepreneurship. There's examples of cities in Africa that integrates higher education, community advancement, and youth employment with numerous examples. There's many examples within the learning, education, and curriculum space where a focus as what all universities do on early career researchers really instill that appreciation for transdisciplinary research right from the start. And from a funder's perspective, I'm sure many of you are aware, and this is only one of numerous examples, of the National Research Foundation's You Good program in 12 countries that focuses on young people and relational well-being that was started last year. And I was very pleased to contribute to the conceptualization of that program while I was at the NRF. So colleagues, in summary, when we speak about transformative transdisciplinary research, we have seen examples where it has been proven that both empirically and institutionally, it can be a powerful lever for African sustainability. It equips communities with agency, with actionable knowledge, and with collective capacity It nurtures institutions and curricula that amplify inclusive real-world impact. And when supported, as we do, it can bridge the gap between research policy and grassroots transformation. We are excited, colleagues, because there's movement. And I can't think of a better fora than a Y20 discussion at a leading university in South Africa and in Africa, for us to consider our notions of place-based, decolonial, transgressive learning approaches that are emerging across all our institutions. So in this way, we are grounding sustainability science in our local contexts, and we involving youth in knowledge production and cultivating deeper understandings of disruption and transformation. Thank you very much, colleague.
Thank you, Prof. Colleagues, I'm also going to right away call Dr. Peggy Oti Boateng. She is from the African Academy of Sciences based in Kenya, but she said she's from Ghana. Dr. Peggy.
Thank you very much for the opportunity again. And Vice Chancellor, thank you for those inspiring words this morning. The topic is whether transformative and transdisciplinary research, I would want to add continental. It's not just that, but you have to be within the context of the continent. This morning, the Vice Chancellor eloquently indicated the new programs that they have and the fact that they're trying to have research that encompasses all. I'm here from the African Academy of Sciences just to share with you some of the models that actually demonstrate transformative, transdisciplinary, continental, agile research, which is contributing to world-class, knowledge. And this program that we have, and yesterday I mentioned just one example, is the African Research Initiative for Scientific Excellence. It's called ARISE, Africa Research Initiative for Scientific Excellence. So we're not only looking at just transformative and also transdisciplinary, we also want to create world-class excellent scientists. So I was very happy this morning that the VC was indicating the fact that they want to train not only masters, but also PhDs and also postdoctoral. Very important to have the postdoctoral, but you also need to have the PhDs. And the ARISE program is a continental one, but was defined by the African Union through a high-level political dialogue. A political dialogue between the African Union and the European Union coming together to work together. But this was defined on our terms, on Africa's terms. Africa identified 5 areas of interest. One is green transition, and the green transition includes climate change, biodiversity, renewable energy. That's the green transition. The second is food security, because we need to feed the many mouths in Africa. The third is, public health, and you do that very well here. And the fourth is capacity building in the rare, skills that we need to drive the Africa we want. And the last one is that we also need to have cross-disciplinary. That is exactly what we're talking about. This program that we have has highly selected, but I'm pleased that there are quite a number of South Africans who are in this. And I challenge postdocs here, that is an advantage you should take advantage of. We have another one called Postdoctoral Training Initiative, selected for postdocs, where you spend 1 year in Africa and 1 year globally. And mainly this is in the US. I encourage you, when it is advertised, those of you doing postdocs, be part of it. The ARISE program is also for early career researchers. Early career researchers who are trying to build, their career, working in these different areas that I've identified. But the key ingredient to look for is innovation. You must transform life through science. And the innovation can be in the area of public health. For example, one of the good examples here in South Africa is developing of alloy, for hip replacement. Very innovative, but it's not done by one person. Each of the ARISE fellows should train PhD students, should also train master students, and should also work with communities. So you see how it's transformative and also agile. And please don't work in silos. Work together. Transdisciplinary, work together. Also redesigning the problem. You don't go back to the community after you have done that. You have designed your program. So that's one of the beauties about the program. Interestingly enough, there are certain areas which there's so much funding, Africa is not in that. Quantum science. I don't know whether you have quantum science yet. The VC is into nuclear, so he should be able to do. That's a new and budding area. Quantum science. Quantum science helps with the AI, the high, performing computers and all that. That's a new area. So it's not just what we know to do. VC said, create that knowledge that people will access. So quantum science and quantum technology is an area, and you have the infrastructure to do that. The other thing that also challenge university lecturers and also academics, how many of us are familiar with climate financing? Is there a group here doing climate financing, Mr. VC? No, that is the gold mine, huge, millions of dollars. So create those networks that you can access this global paradigm. We don't have it in Africa, but we're trying to train people in Africa and also train governments so that they'll be able to access this global climate fund, millions of dollars. We are not doing it. Europe is doing it. Asia is doing it. A bit of Latin America is doing it. But we have what it takes to also do that in Africa. The last but not the least, I know we're rushing, but I have quite a number of experience, is that now we have ARISE 2, not only for early career, but also for the experienced lecturers. Because we believe that, for example, there was this discussion about lecturers are not there to train, in enterprise or whatever. We give you the opportunity for mobility. Now we have a new program with the European Research Council where we need to have mobility of lecturers between African universities and universities out there. Knowledge circulation and also knowledge gain. Because it is only when we expose our lecturers, our critical mass to these new dynamics that we'll be able to also address some of the global issues. Last but not the least is that we are going to G20. You all must go to G20. That's an opportunity. And we're very proud of South Africa, for hosting the G20. And just to indicate that African government, 4 of the presidents came together last month. Ghana, Kenya, South Africa, and Egypt came together to have what they call Africa Declaration. And the Africa Declaration really articulates what Africa wants, how we want to do it, who we want to do it with. But we need to do it equitably. We want to do it with people who respect us, people who will also value us, but also at the same time, we also bring in the diaspora. I mean, I'm sure he's a diasporan, he's here. But how do we bring in the diaspora? That's also another avenue. I wonder whether you're not only the alumni, but also the diaspora. How many of us bring, our diaspora to the university? So in able to do those transformative, transdisciplinary, I would also add continental research linked to community, but also to inform policy. Policy decision making, not only for our time, but for the future generation. Thank you.
Thank you, Prof. Colleagues, we are on course. I'm aware we are still running a bit behind. Our next speaker, I'm going to call Prof. Alina Sekobie from the Human Resource Development Council of Botswana to also share her thoughts. I know she was here, but we want more. Thank you, Prof.
Good afternoon, and observing all the protocols established earlier. Indeed, I was here a bit earlier, so I'll keep mine brief. And perhaps it'll be more to provoke discussion rather than share any further wisdom. I think my panelists have already shared wisdom. And I think in trying to be the Asian provocateur, it's posed maybe 2 or 3 questions. The first one is that we are looking at the theme for the day, which is looking at sustainable futures. But also in the topic we've been given, it's about Africa. And I think one of the key questions that one wants to ask is, who are we, or who is the African for whom we want to build a sustainable future? Can we credibly define the idea of sustainability without going into the metrics that perhaps have come with the idea of well-being that oftentimes we borrow from perhaps other paradigms? And then, do we actually need to be sustainable given where we are? And in that, I'll perhaps do a little bit of stepping back about my own journey in academic development. I'm an archaeologist by training. And I was an archaeologist because one had to go into the humanities if he had not done STEM sciences and passed them well. So having flunked maths very badly, I could not go into the social sciences or to the sciences. So I ended up in the humanities. But something told me I could go through a back door back into what could be a natural science field. So I ended up with archaeology. And by its own definition, archaeology is a very problematic discipline. Although it claims to study the past, it actually ends up studying the other. Like anthropology, we look at others from a lens of knowing. So it took me many years to realize that perhaps I was part of the problem. As an archaeologist, you don't actually end up democratizing the space of knowledge, but you end up speaking for others. So I fast forward moved into a new disciplinary area, which is future studies. So I joined those who claim to study the future. And I've come to realize that that is one of the spaces where perhaps we are all experts. No one can claim to have or to need a PhD to know the future, because none of us can claim to know the future. The uncertainty of tomorrow, we all are the baseline of today. So sustainable futures assumes we know something out there into the future that we want to sustain, whether it's be natural resources or human capital. And oftentimes, there are so many uncertainties that we deal with that we are not able to put our finger, including metrics of what it is that we want to do it for. But nonetheless, we do futures studies and foresight and use all the technologies of trying to prepare for the future, whether it's through planning, et cetera, et cetera. But I think what then one comes back to look at is how the current or the present challenges that we face as Africa, and as I said earlier, on the assumption that we know who we are, suggests that the tools we are using to try to build those futures are probably the wrong tools. And one says this when one looks at the polycrisis the African continent faces. Indeed, it's shared by many other countries and many other continents. But as one of the richest continents in terms of resources endowment, whether it's human resources or natural resources like mineral resources or water, we remain one of the poorest, perhaps because we cannot align our needs with solutions that are out there. And that's where this issue of knowledge being power comes in. And I think my co-panelists have already highlighted this, that we are at intersections and intersections and perhaps transections, which call for us to do something different. Now, how do you become a disruptor when you don't have the tools for disruption? The continent, especially our economies across our different nation states, have a challenge of where we allocate resources. Oftentimes, the bulk of our financial resources, when we allocate resources at the beginning of a financial year or a planning period, do not go into the human capacity development that we need, whether it's basic education or tertiary education. Oftentimes, they go elsewhere. As a result, we still have that challenge of the poverty of the knowledge economy that we want to create. We also have a challenge in that knowledge in itself is problematic. I think Prof. Ntabising highlighted how the dichotomies that often are there between science and indigenous knowledge oftentimes marginalize or invisibilize those who come from what we call communities, our communities. As the academy, oftentimes we rely on the knowledge of others to build our own careers. So there isn't much of an equity system in this knowledge economy. Oftentimes, we do have to predate on the knowledge of others to be able to become successful. So to assume that we can immediately democratize the space of learning and knowledge creation means that we should be prepared to give up something that we have. In other words, I need to be able to share perhaps my PhD with somebody else out there for fairness, for justice. But that is a difficult and tough ask, because oftentimes we are all competing for scarce resources. So I think the question that one wants to leave with is the continent where we are in terms of leadership and conversations, are we ready to be disruptive? I think VC made this call earlier to say, when we look at our GERD, the gross expenditure on our research, development, and innovation systems, is it matching what we are actually aspiring for? The answer has been no, consistently. We're nowhere near 1% investment in R&D across our continent. Perhaps South Africa and one or two countries in the Maghreb region are somewhere close to that, but the bulk of the countries on our continent are nowhere close to that. So that's the first point to us. The second one is about innovation. Yes, we celebrate innovation on the continent, but we are big consumers of innovations of others elsewhere, and we do not valorize sufficiently our own innovative capabilities. And it's consistently showcased by how we perhaps dichotomize our investment in development agenda. Even as we speak, most of our education systems create a taxonomy and a hierarchy of knowledge and learning. A young person trying to pursue the humanities is less likely to get a scholarship compared to a young person who's going to engineering, on the assumption that STEM is the enabler or the transformative catalyst for a better employable person. Against the grain of that is the burgeoning and the very visible creativity of young people in the cultural and creative arts. I noticed when the poet was here, when he finished, there were very few hands clapping, maybe because the room was empty. But that's because the creative and cultural industries are often seen as a sideshow to the real economy. And that is where the problem starts. The continent is richly endowed with cultural knowledge and skills, but we do not support them with the financial resources or any other technological resources that can make them grow. So I think the question of, do we know who we are and what we want and why we want it so badly, says to me, we're not yet as hungry for creating the ecosystem that facilitates and drives the know-how, the knowledge, and the richness that we have from our historical context. And I always say this, again with tongue in cheek, that when you look at where knowledge comes from, if you look at ancient Egypt, ancient Egyptians, ancient Meroitic cultures and civilizations were able to create and generate and sustain huge economies that were able to harness all the disciplines we can think of and export them to Europe and beyond. But we are currently suffering the poverty, I would say, of the imagination to know that we do have a rich history from which we can re-plow back and redefine our terms of engagement with science, with the idea of sustainability. Thank you.
Thank you, Prof. Alina. The second last speaker, colleagues, on our panel is Professor Emilio Toshao from Eduardo Mondlane University in Mozambique. Prof?
I think it's good afternoon. Not sure. Having heard from very eloquent speakers here discussing this topic, I wonder if there's something else for me to say. So I had my notes here, but I will abandon them. The only thing I think is important for me to say is that today's challenges are very complex. Today's challenges, they know no borders. They know no disciplines. Today's challenges, no communities. They are all across, they affect us. And each challenge, each problem compounds to itself. So problems are compounding themselves to have this big problem that we're facing. We can name climate change, food security. We can name global pollution. Everything leads to one answer. We probably need to go to our drawing boards, back to our drawing boards. We need to go back to the way we think about our education. Because this change that we want through transformative, transdisciplinary research will not come just by chance. Every discussion here shows that, every panelist here shows that it's not going to happen by chance. It has to be purposeful. We need to invest in it. We need to plan it so that we can face the global challenges of today while always preserving, making sure that the future generations also have access to the same resources we have. That is sustainability. Tackle today's problems without compromising future generations' ability to tackle their own challenges. So how are we going to do that? That's the question. And since universities, and I work for a university, are centers of knowledge, there are big expectations, and not wrongly so, it's rightly so. We need to start by looking at ourselves and see if we can deliver in that promise. So it's not the concept, it's not a yes or no question. I think, yeah, there's an opportunity if we look at the topic we're discussing here, but are we ready for it? Are we going to keep doing the things we're doing the same way and think we're going to be transformative? We're going to build sustainability? The Vice Chancellor today gave me hope. I was hoping my Vice Chancellor was here. Because we need to change our policies, and it's a policy that the Vice Chancellor stated this morning. Of course, we clapped our hands, but if you think deeply, he's saying everyone has to have the same opportunity. And transformation, if you want to transform communities, transformation starts from the classroom, because each of us in the classroom belong to a family, right? And so the VC today, for me, made a very big policy change and created opportunities that can allow us to really transform individuals and communities. Now, let me make a comment. I abandoned my notes, as I said, about employability of graduates. I think we need to reflect deeply into what this means. For me, it means we have to go beyond the curriculum, traditional curriculum. And the VC laid clearly, where are the internships? Where are the community, we call it practical activities on the field or school fields. I don't know how you call it. Where are those? Are we really making this just written on the curriculum, or we are really undertaking them seriously to tackle community challenges? That's why I mean we need to change our attitude. We need to go back to the drawing board. We need to look first at what we are doing at universities. Our research managers empowered to mobilize resources that are consistent with the change we want. Our research managers, are they empowered? Is the backpack load allowing him to be an agent of change that we want? Is the structure of incentives for researchers, for research managers there so that they can go in the direction of change that we want? Those are the things we need to answer. And since the VC said we have to have this painful discussion, so I'm bringing these painful things again. Not to cause pain, but for us to reflect upon. Now let me go back again to the attitude issue, which I think is very important, the culture. Often when we graduate, I will say often because I'm a member of society, community, we expect the new graduate to go out in the market and find a job. So we think this will be automatic. Oh, you're finished. You graduate, you got your BSc, your BSc honor now, or your master's. Now you are ready, go to the market. And so we expect this market to automatically resolve this thing. It doesn't happen. It's not happening. This statistics that the VC brought this morning of graduate unemployment, it's true, not only for South Africa, but also for Mozambique. The attitude must change. It's not me as a graduate who must expect the employers to come to me. We must reverse this, and this now I'm talking about transformative. Challenge the status quo. We must reverse. If I'm a graduate, I shouldn't say, oh, I have a diploma now, give me a job. No, it's not going to happen. It had happened before. It doesn't happen these days. We have to go to the market and say, I can add value this way, and that way. And then we'll get a job. Because the industry wants to make money. They don't care about our diplomas. They don't even sometimes understand our degrees. Human resource manager, marketing manager, they don't care sometimes about, they don't understand. We have to change our attitude and change the way we look for jobs and show prospective employees how we can help them make money with the skills we have. One. Two, and again the curriculum, is that we need to have graduates that can employ themselves, so that the job market also expands. I want to give one example from Mozambique. It wouldn't be fair if I didn't give one example from Mozambique. So it looks bright, but I'm not sure it can work elsewhere. So we have this program, research program. It's a long-term research program started with a Lancet paper, article in a Lancet journal. In those of you might know, the Lancet is very high ranked. So the problem was identified in that the traditional way of doing business is that a sick person goes to the hospital and complains about malaria and is checked for malaria, or has malaria symptoms, and then is checked for malaria, and people, oh, he's got malaria, and then is treated and dismissed. And then 2 months later, we find out this person died because he had diabetes. Oh, sorry to talk about that, but that's what happens. And so the challenge was, how could we integrate the screening so that a person who goes to the hospital, we don't miss the opportunity to screen in multiple dimensions? Because the opportunity cost for this person to go to hospital is very high, in rural areas specifically, like here. People don't often go to the hospital, and when they go, even for the physician availability. So this program was based on that, on the cost of life, social cost of life, due to loss and also to the economy. This was conceptualized with the communities to basically integrate the way the management of certain diseases is done, so that resources and lives are spared. And there you have nutritionists, you have medical doctors, you have economists trying to really work from the ground up to build what we call a non-communicable disease and injury system that actually respond to the needs of actual people in the communities. This was a few examples. I can provide more, but I think time is pressing, and I didn't want to be monopolizing this. I thank you for the invitation. Yesterday, I forgot to mention one important person that invited me, other than the VC and the DVC, it's Dr. Nenesi, Professor Nenesi. Thank you so much for inviting us here.
Thank you, Prof. Colleagues, our host, DVC, is here. Professor Mphahlele, you have the last word.
Okay, thank you, Program Director. So let me start by saying all protocol observed. And in the interest of time, just to say that I'm not going to repeat what my colleagues have said. And I've whispered in the ears of the Program Director that I don't even have to stand here. But he called me. So let me just be unconventional to this topic. And the first thing to say that I would really like to extend gratitude to all representatives who are here, from different universities, because it's not that often when you invite your colleagues, they come and join, force with you. So thank you very much, colleagues, for really joining us today and discussing this important topic of transdisciplinarity. So Just two things that I want to mention, Program Director. The first thing is that I agree with everything that has already been said about the need to embrace transformative or transdisciplinary research that is transformative. There's no question about that. Then the second thing I want to mention is the fact that if we as universities are not going to embrace and readjust the way we do things, we're going to be forced. We're going to be forced from other angles to do it because it is the future. Why am I saying this? In January this year, I'm sure most of you know about the National Research Foundation in South Africa. So in January this year, they issued a call, and this call is about investing in doctoral students. And they wanted to do things differently. They don't just want to produce the same doctoral students that we are producing. They identified 5 areas. And these areas are identified in sustainable development goals, the area of mining, modernization, the area of advanced biotechnology, water, food, health, sustainability nexus, artificial intelligence and machine learning, and the just energy transition. So they identified these areas to say these are the areas that bedevils not just South Africa, but Africa. We need to do something. And we want to produce the doctoral students who will be able to respond to these challenges. Not to say that we are not doing anything now. We are, but we still want the future generation to continue to respond. How do they want to do this? They want to do this by ensuring that there is international collaborations. So that's the first thing. The second thing is to ensure that there is industry partnerships. The third thing is that there must be policy research engagements. Exactly what we are debating today, that we need to readjust our policies. Then the fourth thing is about entrepreneurial partnerships. So there are partnerships, but there must be entrepreneurial partnerships as well. Then the fifth thing is that there must be transplenarity or transdisciplinary and institutional collaboration. So you can see that if a funder like National Research Foundation has really taken this debate of transdisciplinarity to this level, we as the institutions, if we do not come to party, we will be forced to do it from external sources. So I just want to leave you with that message in support of everything else that has been done, that even the funders, whether it's local or international, they are moving in this direction. So, Program Director, thank you very much.
Thank you, Prof. Colleagues, we are completely out of time, and I need a direction from Tate Manuku. I don't want to take questions, and I also don't want to summarize. I hope we were taking notes. So I maybe just say that our panelists are here, so I know they are going to be whisked away for lunch. Maybe if you can just, if you have identified one that you want their business card or something, please just find a way of talking to them. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Prof. Pao. Yeah, I think we can agree time is not our friend. So we are going to go out for lunch. And this is how, then there is another debate or a panel discussion that's going to happen. You heard the Department of Higher Education and Training are giving bursaries. They are also facilitating exchange programs to other countries and so on and so forth. And we've been listening to the DVCs, to the dean and so on and so forth. The next session after lunch is going to be student-centered. Now, I need 4 students to volunteer to be that panel. You'll never know who's here. There may be some opportunities that are coming your way. The DVCs, the deans and Y20 people, DHET are here. So just come over to this side if you are interested. Otherwise, we close. There's no session after lunch. But that will go down as opportunities missed for some of you. Yeah? You go that side? Yeah, that's the brave one I want. Yeah? Just stand that side. Don't come here, please. Just stand that side. We have another one, and I'll appreciate a diverse group, you know? Diverse, I mean diverse. Yeah? So, Mayor Rabutata will facilitate to ensure we have the correct number. I don't want to see gents only, right? I think we need that diversity clearly expressed. And as I said, you never know what comes out of this opportunity. Some people I know got jobs because they raised their hand at a conference. Yeah? We had a meeting with the Department of Higher Education and Training a few months ago. Sorry, we are still here, right? And the department raised a concern that the Northwest University has more female students than males. And they flagged that as a risk. But I don't see those female students, right? I want to see those. So don't go anywhere. Merabutata, you'll facilitate who's coming to the thing. You can ask questions about Y20, G20. Then, Ntate Kwaela, you can assist here in terms of who's going to make it to the panel after lunch. Please join Merabutata because it must be G20, it must be transdisciplinary and transformative research, sustainability, solidarity, and equality, right? So there may be some filters that you have there. I'm going to ask our panel members to, I know there are no questions. I know you were anticipating that, but expect questions coming through Prof. Pao and other means. If you can just go out to the Robinsons. There will be colleagues who will show you to the Robinsons. Thank you very much. We really appreciate your help. Yeah. No Lutando, please show our panel members to that. I know the panel members are interested in hearing what is there for coming from students. So that's why we are making time. Yeah? Nolutando and colleagues, please make sure you direct our panel members, our deans, deputy deans and guests. Please join the group to the Robinsons, where you'll get a briefing and Vinkomo, I still have your student number. Ntateli Chuti. These students may come your way. Please be ready. Yeah? Shall we clear the seats here, please? And yeah, let's move, please. Dr. Moyo, let's move. And then I've been asked that for lunch, you must move in rows towards the exit. There will be facilitators there who will use the registrar to give you the cards or tickets for lunch. So if we can just wait for 2-3 minutes, then we can start with the last row and gracefully move to the entrance exit for that exercise. It is now 13:41, which means we will be out here 13:45, and the next session, let's target 14:30. Is that realistic? Or should we say 14:45, 30? I'm just worried that you may have some queues and, the dishing may take time. So if we make it earlier, that will be perfect. But let's target 14:40. Meeting you halfway, 14:40, and yeah, we should be back here 14:40. The student-led debate will commence at 14:45. So from the last row, you can start moving to the exit to get your meal tickets. And I see people who are not on the last row moving. So, yeah, that's something.
Research is not merely a pursuit of knowledge. It's for the adventurous souls who dare to step into uncertainty in search of answers. For those who stumble upon a topic that ignites their imagination, sparking a fiery desire to sit behind a desk with unwavering enthusiasm. Behind the scenes are countless hours spent poring over books and peering into microscopes. An endless stream of paperwork and site work that can leave your back aching. At the heart of the Northwest University's research are people. Our research is driven by their needs and aspirations, addressing real challenges and finding practical solutions to the challenges they face. Whether it's our digital health research group working to make healthcare accessible, our Hypertension in Africa research team combating the increasing burden of hypertension in Africa, or a dedicated team utilizing nanotechnology to secure future food supply while protecting our environment. Our research is about making lives better, one discovery at a time. The Northwest University, we do research with people in mind.
mascots. They're more than just symbols. They embody the spirit, values, and energy of their organizations. From rallying crowds to representing a shared identity, they bridge the gap between people and purpose, creating lasting memories. They're not just costumes, but ambassadors, and we all have our favorites. But who is the best?
Remember sitting on the sidelines? Nervous, watching, wondering, holding back. But what if you stepped forward, followed your curiosity through the doors it opens? What if you turned your hesitation into discovery and let your ideas become reality? What if you go for it? Instead of standing aside, you joined a vibrant community at a world-class university. Find your place with the friends who crossed oceans to be here too. Because no one is born an expert. Every expert had to start somewhere. Every innovator, every leader, every game changer started here. Instead of standing at the threshold of opportunity, you crossed into a world of possibilities. Instead of watching from the sidelines, you joined your team. Progress starts with moving. The future belongs to us, those who dare to explore. Possibilities show up when you do. At the Northwest University.
Shall I see the team against? Team 4. Yeah? Okay, there will be a prize. So please, even those who are not part of the teams, listen carefully, because some of these issues may see themselves in the question papers. Yeah? Listen carefully. Yeah? Mayor Rabutat, stage is yours.
Come on, guys. Good afternoon. Hi, guys. This is not that session. Good afternoon, guys. That's more like it. Woohoo! Are you guys ready? Are you guys ready? It's about to go down. Did you hear me? It's about to go down. So let me not waste your time, because entertainment awaits. That song, me dancing, that's not entertainment. Entertainment is about to begin. And for that, let me do this for you. We're about to enter a debate session that you have never had before. The topic, do postgraduate research qualification ensure sustainable future for South African youth? I'm going to repeat. Do postgraduate research qualifications ensure sustainable future for South African youth? Can you clap for that? Now, as with many things in life, there will always be people for, and there will always be people. You are with me. So I'm going to call upon the stage the team that is supporting the motion. Samuel? Come on. Nwezi? Come on, guys. Onalina? Charles? And Evans. Come on, guys, run to the stage. Energy, give energy. Yes. Now the team that is saying no. No, guys, post-grad research qualification does not, and it will not, ensure sustainable future for South African youth. And the team is Lodri, Kutlwano, Kyatlerile, Zoe. And Queen B, Batsy. Okay, guys. Now, just like with everything in life, there is rules of engagement. We are not playing. This is a serious matter. And the fact that you have a team that is saying no and a team that is saying yes, it means it's about to go down. Now, I want to give you context, Team A and Team B, in no particular order. And I'm not saying Team A, you are the winners. I hope you get that right. I want to give you questions. These questions are just but a guide. You do not have to literally answer them one by one, but they are to thrust out the thinking, ideas, knowledge, some of you experience, to be able to give us a robust debate. We are not here to play. 1, employability and skills. Does holding a postgraduate research qualification significantly improve employment opportunities for South African youth? Or are other factors like network, work experience, and systematic inequalities more decisive? 2, relevance to sustainable futures. Are postgraduate research projects in South Africa sufficiently aligned with the country's development priorities, such as climate action, unemployment, education, and health? Or do they remain too theoretical and disconnected from the real world challenges? 3, accessibility and inequality. Given the high cost and limited access to postgraduate education, does it risk reproducing inequality by benefiting only a privileged few? Or can it serve as a tool for inclusion and empowerment of the disadvantaged youth? 4, knowledge translation and impact. Can postgraduate research qualification drive real transformation in policy, industry, and communities? Or is it a gap between academic research and societal needs too wide to reach? And lastly, global competitiveness. In a globalized world, do postgraduate qualification give South African youth a competitive edge in international innovation and sustainability, or are we still constrained by local unemployment trends and limited research funding? Now, already you know, there is an affirmative team which says, yes, graduate research qualifications ensures sustainable futures for South African youth. Which team is that? Let's hear a shout out for them. And then we've got Group B that says no, hell no. Postgraduate research qualifications alone cannot and will not ensure sustainable futures. Now, how are we going to do this, guys? We have got a total of 120 minutes. Now, in that 120 minutes, Team A, Team B, I am going to give you an opportunity to give your opening statements for 20 minutes. I am going to give you time to do rebuttals for 30 minutes. That means 15 minutes each. I am going to now come to the audience, and I will introduce the audience because there is people that are sitting in the audience that have prepared to talk to these two issues. And then I'm going to give you an opportunity to do your closing statements. That will be 10 minutes each. That's a total of 20 minutes. And then, of course, I'm going to hand over to my esteemed team of judges to give their remarks and announce the winners. Are we okay? You are not giving me energy. You're giving me lunch was too much. Give me energy. I need energy up here. Yes. Now, we are fair people. We are very fair people. So we're going to introduce the judges. They're going to come here and tell you what is it that they will be looking for, because we want you to win. Did you hear me? We want you to win. I think the program director did indicate that there is something for you. So you better win. So I'm going to hand over to Moeketsi and Joy to just run up here, introduce themselves, and tell you in a few minutes what are they looking for this debate. Did I mention it's about to go down? It's about to go down. DJ, we don't want to sleep.
So I'll do the first three and then you'll take the last two. All right. So colleagues, in terms of the criteria that we have set, we're looking at 5 critical points that will be scoring our esteemed debaters. So really, the first one is on argumentation, right? And what we're looking for there is the team's strength, your clarity, your logic, but also relevance of the argument, right? Are you sticking to the topic? The second one is on critical thinking. And really by critical thinking, what we are asking here, or what we're looking at or judging at, is contextualization of South African youth, right? So the topic says, do postgraduate research qualifications ensure sustainable future for South African youth? Already the topic tells you that it is limited to only South African youth, right? Are you going to highlight the challenges of South African youth? If you are against, are you going to highlight perhaps, I think one of the speakers earlier on, about the fact that there are opportunities, but oftentimes young people are not using them if you are for. But again, that's just an example, right? So are you able to contextualize what our young people are experiencing, their lived experiences? And then the third one is on rebuttals, right? And on rebuttals, basically, effectiveness of addressing your opposing points, right? So yes, it's all good and well to throw shade there and there, but don't allow that to then confuse you or make you miss a point that someone else is speaking about, right? So argumentation, critical thinking, and rebuttals, those are the first 3. And then the 4th one and the 5th one, Joy will take us through them.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Mekezi. As mentioned, my name is Joy Nogabe from the Department of Higher Education and Training. The 4th one that we'll be looking at is teamwork. Remember, you are representing a team. It's not individualistic debate. So it is important that there is coordination within your team. You are supporting each other, and also the discussion is flowing nicely throughout the 5 of you. And the last one, the delivery. Delivery, it is important from the beginning to the end. You need to ensure that you are confident, your tone that you are delivering your debate, and also the engagement. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, guys. Are you ready? Are you ready? Yes. Team A and B, are you ready? Yes. Okay. We have spoken about what is it that the judges will be looking for. Everything has rules. So teamwork was mentioned as one of the criteria that the judges will be looking for. That is also a rule. You have to work as a team, number 1. Number 2, you have to maintain respectful dialogue and adhere to the time limits. I will be timing each and every speaker, so you need to stay within the times. You are required to present a well-supported argument. If you just bluff and fluff, the judges will be listening. So your team will not be the one. And lastly, engage in a productive and informative manner for this discussion to proceed properly. Without wasting time, the time is 5 minutes past 3. I am going to give the first opportunity to the team that is for the motion to begin first, to start with your introductions. Team A. You've got 10 minutes.
Hello. Standing on existing protocols, I want to support the motion that postgraduate studies are very essential and important for the future of South African youth. And starting with South Africa, a rich country with so many resources, but bedeviled by several challenges, social and economical challenges, as well as natural challenges. We need people who are empowered with knowledge and refined expertise to be able to solve this problem. The postgraduate school gives you the opportunity to go forward and make this happen, providing solutions to all of these societal challenges as we look at South Africa in context. From our very own university, where it all starts, in Potchefstroom, Ian Thompson, who was challenged by an accident, lost one of his limbs, moved into the postgraduate school, joined Beyond the Limits team, developed a prosthetic arm, and also a prosthetic limb that has earned him global recognition. Without the postgraduate school and studies, he wouldn't have been able to achieve this. And this has opened room for not just critical skill and thinking, but it has created him to become an entrepreneur, and that's taken him around the world. And I tell you that for the future of South African youths, the postgraduate school is the place to begin. Thank you.
Thank you very much, colleague. Let me take this opportunity to pass my fraternal and revolutionary greetings to the House at large. We are for the motion because if you can check postgrad students, they get to gain what you call the personal capacity experience, whereby they're able to develop a critical thinking. And when you develop the critical thinking, you are able to address the social issues that affect our communities. So in that sense, we are building leaders, or the postgrads are building leaders that are more knowledgeable and can be able to progressively address the issues that affect our communities. And also we are looking back to employability. If a student from Poch was able to create a robotic arm and the leg, the students can be able to create or build their own company that can, in a way, employ others in that sector to can address the issue of unemployment. I mean, like, the postgrads helps us to create our own opportunities and get to employ ourselves. It gives us that opportunity. And again, it addresses the issue of, Okay, it gives us an opportunity as well to go into deep research to address the issue of HIV and AIDS. That is a social issue that needs to also get to be focused on, because for the future of South Africa, we really need young people and students who are able to can research on the health that can, in a way, sustain South Africa in the future and help us to, in a way, create solutions to our own problem. Like University of Cape Town, it has a special focus whereby the young people in the university are able to research on science and innovation to address this issue of HIV and AIDS. And they are coming okay into addressing this issue, because we have in the previous weeks whereby United States of America just imposed sanctions on South Africa that it will no longer be able to give South Africa aid in terms of ARVs. So for us in the future, we'll be having students who will have produced a cure to this issue of HIV and AIDS, and that will give us a proper solution to the future of South Africa. Thank you.
You still have 5 minutes.
I want to support the motion of my colleague that with the help of the postgrad school, looking at global pictures and giants like the United States, they have a Silicon Valley where people from MIT, Harvard, people from Paulding University go there as think tanks to create innovative outcomes like the artificial intelligence, electric vehicles, and other vaccines that have solved problems of COVID, real-time situations. And now in Africa, we have our own Silicon Valley in Northwest here. And it all starts here because at the postgrad school, all we do is solving communal problems, from climate change to health issues, in line with sustainable development goals. For example, the research I'm carrying out is a multidisciplinary research that is harnessing knowledge from science, chemistry, from agri, from environmental science, from animal health, in order to solve and curb toxicological problems in the poultry industry, which is a very major industry in South Africa. Over 93,000 birds are consumed daily in South Africa by statistics. And with the help of postgrad school, we're able to come up with solutions that can solve industrial problems when scaled up at the end of the day. And we have seen results already coming up. And I tell you, the postgrad school will better the life of future South African youths when they are given this understanding to pursue it. Thank you.
3 minutes.
I greet everyone in the house. Standing on the existing protocol, I want to say this. When it comes to employability and skills, postgraduate research empowers us and endows us with skills, critical skills that makes us more employable. When you go for job interviews or you submit your CV, they look at your credentials, look at what you've done, what you can do, what innovation you can bring, of what value can you bring to the company. Without research, without experience, without research, there's no experience. Research is one key area that drives experience. Then we know that today they say that necessity is the mother of invention, but we know that research is the bedrock of invention. Without research, everything ends up in dream. So research is key. And I want to challenge us today. Imagine your own son, Elon Musk, who got all his challenges and motivation from this country, this soil. Which company could employ Elon Musk today and pay him what he earns as an entrepreneur? I'm a person that don't believe in impossibility. I don't see impossibilities. All I see is lack. Where there is anything missing. It's not been done because someone have not found the real thing. And through research, we can brainstorm and get it done. Everything is possible. And for the Christians, they believe that God made us more gods, co-creators. What does it mean? Think within, speak it to be, work it out. And that is research. You conceive, that's thinking. You create. Research makes everything possible. And that is for employability and skills. When we go to national policy alignment, we do have the SDGs and everything that we do know. Every research solves a particular problem that is linked to that, either an SDG or multiple. So research drives this. Now we go to accessibility and equality. Just last year, about 16 grants came to Africa from the European Union. That 16 grants are for postgraduate research. And I think that's why I'm here. That grant brought me here. Now, that grant made it possible that there must be both male and female on it. There should be equality. And postgraduate research has made that possible. Now, when it comes to global competitiveness, through research, you can go anywhere in the world by having a research that can solve a global problem. So I want us to know that postgraduate research is the way to go, is the way out. Thank you.
You've got 11 seconds.
11 seconds.
6, 5, 4.
As a researcher, we are not consumers, we are innovators.
Give it up for group 1. Group B, your 10 minutes begins now.
Hi, hello, hello. Can you guys hear me? Okay. In a debate, there are two sides. If both make a good argument, then the less popular side wins because that side had further to go to prove its point. Good morning, Sanbonani, Dumelang, Kalina, Kinabatsabara Sekanye, and I will be giving you side opposition's introduction along with Londri Mangwana. Then we have Kutlwano Molibati, who will be giving the case and argumentation of side opposition. Then we have Zoe Idemudia, who will be responding to the claims made by side proposition. And lastly, we have Kiatlechile Mwatsi, who will be summarizing and concluding. Allow me to restate the motion. It states that, do postgraduate research qualifications ensure a sustainable future for South African youth? Allow me to highlight the term sustainable, and it means using resources in a way that ensures their availability for a long term without causing harm to the environment or compromising the ability for future generations to meet their needs. Allow me to redefine the motion since side proposition failed to do so. So allow me to redefine the motion since side proposition failed to do so. To what extent do postgraduate research qualifications contribute to long-term prospects and sustainability of South African youth's careers and social development? Our burden of proof is that we want side proposition to prove that postgraduate research qualifications translate into pragmatic real-world outcomes. While postgraduate research qualifications are valuable, they don't automatically guarantee a sustainable future for South African youth. Concerns exist regarding high focus on academic careers, research not always aligning with job criteria because, I mean, come on, every job has its own niche. Where am I? And it seems as though we are learning for the sake of learning with no real-world implementation. These are some points that we will be covering as side opposition. And we will also be covering points such as sustainability and inequality, weak link between industry and research, and the fact that there are other alternative pathways to sustainability. So allow me to go into my first point, which is learning for the sake of learning with no relevant real-world implementation. So there is a disconnect between academic pursuits and practical applications. Postgrad research prioritizes theoretical knowledge, and we've heard this since we came here this morning. Prof. Bismarck Chobeka stated this, 70% theory and 30% practical. There is limited industry engagement as well. The research does not align with industry needs and applications in some instances. There is a lack of translational research. The findings are not always cannot always be translated into tangible solutions or products, and there is an academic bubble. Researchers remain in academic circles, which limits real-world impact. My second point is research not aligning with job criteria. There are tons of skills that have been mismatched. Postgraduate research may not provide the specific skills employers are looking for. Postgraduates are also over-specialized. Research focuses on postgraduate research focuses on narrow, oh my God, I can't even read my thing anymore. Let me just start over. Postgraduate research may not provide the specific skills employers are looking for, right? So postgrad is also over-specialized. Research can sometimes focus on narrow, whereas a job requires a broader skills. So basically what I'm saying is postgrad, because you are over-specializing, you're focusing on one thing, and then your employer might be looking for a bunch of skills, and when are you only focused on one? And some postgrad research lacks industry relevance, meaning research topics may not align with current industry needs. We also have insufficient practical experiences. As a microbiologist, I'm mostly based in the lab most of the time, if I'm not reading, and my qualification does not require any vocation work, unlike careers like your engineering, etc. And I feel like we do need vocation work to give us and our research a sense of direction. Because if I'm in the lab, I mean, come on, what am I really doing? And then for my last point, limited job opportunities. Postgraduate research qualifications don't guarantee employment, as Prof. Emilio from EMU stated earlier today. And the main reason for this is because of the overemphasis on academia, which limits career prospects. I will now be handing over to my colleague.
Oh, thank you. Thank you to my speaker. So I come with a more different perspective, but more aligned to postgraduate research. Does it truly provide the sustainable aspects that our future requires? For me, it's a no. So let me start by saying, because I am a curriculum studies student, so for me, education is very important. Education must begin where life begins, Education must begin where life begins, within. When the spirit is nourished, the emotions align. When the emotions are acknowledged, the body strives. Let our curriculum reflect the sacred order of growth, spirit, emotion, and also body. So what I'm trying to say is that in today's knowledge economy, the curriculum development plays a vital role in improving economy of our country. That's what they say. But for me, it does not. It does not improve. The aim is to improve the economy of the country, not its people. It does not, because people are what the curriculum is intended for. But at the end of the day, it intends for what? Economic growth, and forget the well-being of people. This is why many people still suffer in the name economic growth and economic improvement, forgetting the deeper issues of what the society. If postgraduate research were to research literally from the communities, from the people, from the learners, what do they actually interested in before they plan the curriculum? That would actually better the minds of, aligning what is it that the community needs first and foremost, before getting to more structured objectives of the curriculum. Ralph Tyler mentions that researchers are the ones that need to plan the curriculum. But what values do they actually include? Are these the values of the people, the community, or everyone in collective? No. It only reflects what they think it's better for themselves, right? So I'd also like to add on that. So a quick.
1 minute, 53 seconds.
Okay, skills. The skills that we learn at school, we do not use them now, right? So the education system feels like a trap, because when you get to the job market, it literally nothing what you have expected. So education is disconnected from the SDG 4, the curriculum design and development. So accessibility becomes, accessibility makes things, it does not include everyone. So it perpetuates inequality into the country as well, which becomes an issue as the country tries to develop. So it's always like a regressive progress and not a progressive progress.
One minute.
And also, how can we say that postgraduate research is sustainable for the South African youth, we should consider the fact that there are push and pull factors, right? In South Africa, they tell us, "Hore, we have all these opportunities and whatever, but we don't have the infrastructure or ample opportunities for us to actually apply whatever it is that we learned in postgrad. And so we're forced to go out of our own country to go build other countries. So how is that sustainable at the end of the day?
15 seconds. You're good. Give it up for Team A and Team B, guys. So a little bit of recap. Team A said there are natural resources in South Africa, which means there's more to do. They also said that, hey, we are sitting at Silicon Valley where ideas are being cooked, right here at the Northwest University. They also said that they, as the postgrad students, are capacitated not only to be students, but also to be entrepreneurs. How's that? And then Team B said, there's more to this sustainability than just learning for the sake of learning. They also said that there is limited industry engagement. They do not see the employer being aligned to what universities are doing. They also said that there is a need for communities to be brought on board if ideas are to be cooked. Do not parachute yourselves into communities. So again, give it up for Team A and Team B. Now we are going to move into the deeper issues. We are going to get into the real nitty-gritties. We are now going to hear, I'm sure you will produce your thesis now. I think this is the time. You will bring out the research as we go into rebuttals. You will have a whole 30 minutes, which means 15 minutes for Team A and 15 minutes for Team B. Team A, are you ready? Take it away.
Okay, thank you so much for the listener and everyone. Thank you for the opportunity. First, I will start from this point. My colleague over there talked about how we learn some skills in school. I love that. Telling me that we learn some skills is also a research, because as we are learning skills, we are researching on the thing. So saying we are not going to make use of it is falsehood, actually. And why I say that is because here in Mafika and here in Northwest University, we have a professor in biochemistry, which helped with a combination with other farmers to develop something we call moringa. How many of us know moringa? Moringa is so powerful that it helps in your cardiovascular diseases, it helps with your cancer. All these were done through research. Imagine she just sat down there and said, okay, I want to be consuming things sent to me from the United States, sent to me from the European Union, without herself and her team bringing up something like that. And also, flashing back to 2020, we all know what happened 2020. It is called the COVID-19. Believe me, I made the research, and part of the research I made showed me that 14 South Africans were part of the researcher to help in the vaccine. Is that not interesting? Imagine we don't have some professors that are knowledgeable in this. There's no way they can do the research. They can also sit down and depend on the foreign consumers. Also, we were here briefly, not just now, when the VC was talking about how Northwest universities, South African universities, they are good universities because they try to do things within the country, not just depending on the foreign people. Now, he's mentioned something that was striking also, that, okay, fine, because of this innovation and research, South Africa was named part of the G20. That was interesting. Even my own country, Nigeria, wasn't part of it. So research is so critical that there's no way we could go further in life without the research. So one of the mentalities that people usually have, and which I call the grasshopper mentality, is the mentality of consumer. We consume things a lot without looking at how we could also generate things. One thing that will make you go further is when you also what? Implement something yourself, so that at the end, when they ask you this, you can defend it and say, yes, this thing is coming from me. My colleague here talked about employability. You can also be an employer of labor yourself, rather than depending on the government to bring things for you. All these things are done through research. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Greetings to the floor and to my dear colleagues on the other side. I would like to thank my team on the opposing side for bringing sustainability into the topic. I am a master's candidate in tourism management. I deal with sustainability a lot. And when we talk about sustainability, we mention the future, where we are going. Remember, where we are going, we need to do research so that we know or we have knowledge on what actions to take from here. So without research, are we saying that, or without having postgraduate qualifications in the Northwest University in South Africa, are we going to be able to identify challenges? Is there any study in the postgraduate that does not have challenges? You have your objectives there, which you highlight. They guide you. Those are what we need. Those are the keys or the principles that bring you close to sustainability. They bring you close to knowing whether this research will be purposeful. And I believe me, there's no person who goes out to enroll in a postgraduate degree for the fun of it. There's no way. You go into the field. Remember, when you do your undergraduate studies, you are too broad. You're focusing on too many modules. You're focusing on too many aspects. But enrolling into the postgraduate studies, you now become an expertise in your field. You specialize in something that you know that it can be sustainable in future. For an example, in my field, if we say we bring in sustainability, we think of environmental sustainability in the tourism sector. How can it benefit the sector? Those are the aspects that we look into. And another thing, we talk about opportunities and networking. Remember, when you're doing your postgraduate studies, it doesn't mean that it ends in a dissertation. No, research doesn't end in paper. We live research on our daily lives. It keeps on changing. I would like to highlight, in particular, the STEM field. You know, many people don't understand that in the STEM field, it's an ongoing learning. It doesn't end there. We need humanities each and every time. And humanities, they get upgraded. They change from time to time. We live in the modern era. We need those people. We need that particular field. So without research in that particular field, tell me, where are we going? Where are we going in the economy if we don't have people who are dealing with economic issues or research with solving economic issues? We are not going anywhere. Hence, we can find South Africa deprived and being challenged. But believe me, as the youth of South Africa, if we tell ourselves that we're going to enroll in this postgraduate studies, we will do more. There are so many opportunities. I am fortunate enough that I'm one of the chosen for another program that will be happening in Germany. I'm not taking the skills to Germany. Germany is offering me an opportunity to come and take the skills and come back and replant them in my own nation. So there's no way that I'm taking my skills from here going into the other country. I'll allow my fellow colleagues to finish up.
Thank you, my colleague. I'll equally go back to using the template given to us here, employability. If you look at CVs in the last 20 years and to this year, you will see that unlike generic CV, where you tell us you studied here, you worked there, these days, you tell us you studied here, you did this research, these are the impact. Things are tailored these days. So research gives you this skill that you need to present to employers. So when we talk about does postgraduate research qualification ensure sustainable future for South African youth, I say yes, because this key item in your resume is provided. And again, as a researcher, postgraduate researcher, you have a lot to do with being globally competitive. Research experience makes you globally competitive. As a doctoral student I do believe that I'm a global researcher. And once you have a PhD, you're already a global researcher, which means you should acquire skill in your field that could allow you or enable you to work anywhere in the world. Last year, I was invited to Sri Lanka. In 2022 January, I was invited to the US. In 2021, I was in Provincial for a year, January to December, doing research. All these acquiring the same skill. And because, in fact, one skill led to another. Once I published my research from Provincial and sent my poster to US for a conference, I was invited. The same poster took me to Sri Lanka for another workshop. And this is being globally competitive. Postgraduate research opens door. It does open door. Now we come to about knowledge translation and impact. That's the research I did at Provincial focused on identifying banana cultivars that are resistant to blast secretarial disease. Now, this disease is the worst disease of banana that can cause up to 80% yield loss. Imagine in Central and Southern America, where they have big plantations of banana, and they have to use aircrafts to fumigate the field because of this. Now, this research was able to identify some cultivars of banana that are resistant to the disease. Imagine if they should adopt these cultivars for their farming practices. They would have to eliminate the cost of buying fumigants and the cost of using aircraft to fumigate the entire plantation. Now, how did we translate this research to the local communities? We got our cultivars from the local farmers, about 54 of them, out of 72 cultivars. Then 14 came from International Musa Transit Center in Belgium. After the research, we did both. It was a transdisciplinary research that involved plant pathologists, molecular biologists, and bioinformaticians. This research was able to give us, that shows that at the DNA level, those cultivars that were so much susceptible to disease, had some mutation in the genes that rendered them susceptible to disease. Now that gave us an article that, in fact, once submitted to European Journal of Plant Pathology, within a month, it was accepted for publication. Apart from that, when we came back to West Africa, we brought these farmers who gave us this corn we use for our research and showed them what we found out from the studies and gave them corns from our study to go back to the field to cultivate the resistant ones to boost food security of the region. And this is how research is solving problems. So I believe that research has a long way to do to go in solving African problems. When it comes to accessibility and equity, as I said, research will always give you expertise and experience. It will give you that access to other grants. Once you can show you can do a thing, there will be grant to do more. And somebody is talking about employability. Let me show you, I've made reference to Musk earlier on. These days, there are a lot of seed grants flying up and down everywhere on the internet. Seed grants. Give us proposal. Show us you can do it. Come and take the money and establish yourself. Employ others. That is what SINGRA means. You don't have to pay back. Show you have the skills and everything. It's just to succeed. Show us that through your research you have done preliminary studies and it's possible to solve this. When COVID came, it came as a surprise to the world. We're not prepared for it. Yet, some people went in the lab and brought the COVID for us, the vaccine for us. And that is it. It's research. And I'll tell you, none of those people that participated in that research were above 40 years old. They're all youth. Then South African youth, I told you, it's possible. Research is the way to go. It is possible. You cannot do without research in this era. Sustainability anchors research. Research is about try and failure, but you set limitations of a failure. Now, everything that could have made you not to be sustainable is tested during that research area. And once it comes out successful, you can implement. It's called bench scale. You can go into pilot scale, then industrial scale. That's how research goes. And I conclude by saying, let us believe it is done.
And again, we ought to draw an example as well, because we're talking facts here. And we're going to give you real realities, examples that are real. Like University of Fort Hare, we've got students who are doing research in energy. And in that sense, they're addressing the issue of inequality and unemployment in the communities. In that sense, they are helping us with the issue of load shedding that has hit South Africa for the longest time. And you check, the load shedding hits the poor communities. And in those poor communities, that's where you find a lot of inequalities. These students were able to come up with a research focus on the off-grid solar systems, which will not only create, jobs, but will ensure that there is inclusive access to electricity in that sense. But it relies as well to the capacity of our government to finance that idea. But with research itself, we are going to be able to propose the proper solutions to our government. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you so much. Just to add to what we have said, we are using, I want to use Elon Musk as a case study because he's from South Africa. Yeah, based on research also, Elon Musk started when he was 12 years old, first a video game. And now Elon Musk, to his own wealth, he has employed roughly 140,000 people just on research. So there's no way we could just downplay research. So the youth of South Africa needs this. Somebody that's a mentor to see that, okay, fine, how can I go far? And you can only go far when you see somebody that has gone ahead of you and practice and work towards that person. Thank you.
Okay, to add on the last point, I would also like to highlight on the issue of employment, saying that postgraduate qualifications, they don't mean that you will be employed. What I'm saying is that through statistics, you can even check on your phone. When you check the number or the percentages, comparability between people who are working, who have postgraduate qualifications, compared to just a minimum of those who have undergraduate qualifications or no qualifications at all, then you will see for yourself that this is the way to go. This is where you as yourself give yourself an opportunity to go beyond people's limits, to go beyond the government's limits. It's either you do it for yourself or you do it for the country. But believe me when I say that do postgraduate research qualifications, they do ensure sustainable future for South African youth. I thank you.
And your time is up. Group B, are you ready? Your 15 minutes starts now.
But testing? Okay, it's working perfectly. Okay, my name is Kutlwano Molebati. I'm coming from the Northwest University, Potchefstroom campus. Just a disclaimer, what I'm going to be saying here is not my own perspective. I'm just speaking for the purposes of this debate. If you feel offended because I will be talking about your qualification specifically, I'm so sorry in advance. Let me show you then quickly why the Northwest University masters debating, right? So let's quickly give them quick corrections inside proposition. They talk about Elon Musk, being able to employ about 140 whatever thousands, million, whatever they said. I don't think that is particularly relevant to this debate for merely one reason. Elon Musk is not a researcher. Elon Musk is a businessman. His motives and incentives are based on bettering his own business and not the research that is able to contribute to South Africa's sustainability itself. They are hinging their debate on America. We're talking about South Africa, not just about South Africa, but South African youth specifically. Those are the corrections that we need to make for side proposition specifically. So we're not saying that PhDs are useless, but we're saying they're not the best solution for the South African sustainability itself. That is what the side proposition needs to understand, and they still have a burden to engage the debate and not go around the topic itself. Chair, I think we think postgraduate degrees marginalize our youth. How? We think it creates a greater disparity. Would you just hold this for me, because I need to page my pages. We think it creates a greater disparity for the quality of education that the country is able to provide. Fine. We think then that this means that there will be an unequal resource distribution across institutions themselves. Say the government is deciding that from this year to 2030 onwards, we're going to fund research. What this means is that the majority of the government's budget is going to go towards financing people's ideas that are not going to be used in practical senses. You give people 100 million rands, or we can say 1 trillion rands, for them to research on AIDS. You are limiting financing people who are able to study nursing, and then you're also able then to curb the amount of people that are unemployed. That is what this means. In this topic, what we then need to basically actively engage is the South African youth and how it can be able to better bring about sustainability for South Africa as a country itself. We think South African youth needs money themselves. We think money is one thing that incentivizes people. Government proposition by incentivize, you mean motivate, right? So we want to basically motivate these people for them to be able to continue to work, to continue to bring about sustainability, as it is what we are currently chatting about. We think the country as it is cannot afford to employ all the first-degree graduates. What then this means is that the people who did their honors, the people who did their masters, people who do their PhDs, we think they are going to have an effect that is far more worse than the people that are unemployed already with just single degrees. People who have single degrees themselves are unemployed. What makes you think in your brain that you having a PhD in the very same thing is going to make you employed? We think then that proposition needs to think. Fine. First thing in argumentation, I'm now starting. First thing in argumentation, I'm going to show you how those qualifications do not even guarantee a sustainable future for our own youth. We think unemployment amongst postgraduate students leads to market unaffordability. Because of their unemployability, they seek alternatives. Alternatives then look like you being a 37-year-old person staying or coming from Aliwal North in the Eastern Cape, just like myself, having a PhD that can't give you a job because you're overqualified for no reason. You are overqualified, you have a PhD in virology, that is nonsense. You go back to Aliwal North, you see that there are no nurses. You missed out on a chance to be a nurse, to bring about the health sustainability in where you come from in the first place. That is fine. Let's go to the second point. We think then that by these alternatives, you seek dull pastures and you apply in the police sector or in the police department to be a policeman or a policewoman because you don't have a place to go because you have a PhD unnecessarily. Fine. We think then that the police are going to reject you because A, you are 37 years old and then they hire people that are 35 years old and below. They can't employ you because you're old. You chose to study a PhD and now you're old, you're unemployable. Fine. They reject you secondly because you are then overqualified. They can't make use of your skills because you chose to be narrow-minded and do a BSc in biochemistry. You do honors in virology. You do what? Masters in virology. You specialize in AIDS. We don't care. You do a PhD, you go and be stuck on a lab. You can't do anything. The only thing that you do, you read books, you read how you can actually make something, but you can actually manufacture how HIV can be kept. But you can't do it. You just only study about it, and your knowledge is limited to ideas that can't be brought to practicality. We think then that you need to introspect as an African child. Thirdly, in argumentation, we think you going into research and doing extensive research, you're going to allow the situation to further limit the variety and diversity as an individual and in a field that you are basically not going to exist in. Even if you can live to be 100 years old, you can't do it because South Africa cannot cater to accommodate you and your knowledge. It cannot cater to accommodate you and your overqualifications. Fine. Okay, fine. Before you could work, you overfixate your knowledge on one aspect of a diverse field and disregard the rest. South Africa then doesn't need all of that. We need nurses, we need doctors who will actively contribute to our sustainability by playing an integral role in health as a sector itself. This then actually perpetuates the societal narratives that PhDs are only useful in academia. That is to say, universities are the only vicinities where you are able to exist. Outside of universities, you are nothing. In my field of study, I do physiology and biochemistry. It means that I'm going to do honors, obviously, and specialize in hepatitis. That's fine. I go knock at Aspen. Look, Aspen is a company proposition that is going to hire you as a laboratory worker, as a researcher in South Africa, that is. Aspen, I go to Aspen looking for a job. They tell me that my skills are underdeveloped. I don't have the necessary experience to work in Aspen. I grew up thinking that doing physiology is going to help me to get into Aspen. Aspen now rejects me after how many years of study? 24 years of study? 28 actually, because at the age of 18 you're in matric. 10 years until your PhD. 28 years of study wasted. Aspen tells me they can't hire me because now they are now fixating their research on something else that is currently the status quo. For example, they talk about coronavirus, which was there in 2020. It's now 2025. Coronavirus haisaleyo. It's no longer there. What am I going to do then with the studies of coronavirus? Nothing. They're going to tell me in Aspen when I look for a job that I don't have the necessary experience to venture into other disease and all of that. What then am I going to do? I'm going to go back to the poverty-stricken background that I come from, and I'm not going to actively contribute to the health that is basically needing people that are going to work actively to bring about sustainability in health as a department itself. This then validates the fact that degrees are just papers because they never translate to pragmatic outcomes that are able to bring about the sustainability that we need as a country. This means then that we need to open again our minds to venturing into different studies. For example, do nursing, don't do a PhD in virology. You're not going to have a job. Go do MBCHB and be an actual doctor. Don't do PhD and be an academic doctor because you're going to die useless. Fine. We look at the types of degrees that are disconnected from our real-world problems. We look at a person who's studying masters in chemistry and biochemistry. After studying, you're just trapped in a university because you are expecting to be a tutor. You're expecting to be a lecturer. You're expecting to be a professor. You can't put your qualifications into pragmatic and practical use. Fine. We think then that in that particular manner, the demands that are there in the job markets are not met. We think accessible PhDs that are not going to be basically needed is what you're going to be studying. Fine. This is to say, people go do PhDs in humanity, for example, PhDs in arts. Come on. PhD in arts. What is the Eastern Cape going to do with your PhD in arts? Nothing. What is the Eastern Cape going to do with your Bachelor of Nursing? It could do a lot. You can actively contribute in the health as a sector itself. We think people then with PhDs get old while studying instead of getting experience in as much, in an ample time that they still have. We think then that you're not going to solve at least any one of the socioeconomic problems like AIDS. You can't solve it because South Africa can't give you the money to solve it. But South Africa was able to give you money for you to study for it. What then was the use for you to do research and not be able to bring that research into life and solve our daily problems that are there in health. Fine. We think then that this means that their job lifespan is going to be reduced. They're going to retire at an early age, even though they're going to be unemployed for the majority of their lives. They're going to still be like retiring at an early age. We think then that comparatively to myself, who chooses to study MBCHB and be an actual doctor, we're able to have sustainability as the South African youth. We're able to reach or come about the outcomes that we want to attain in as much as then to have 2 minutes. Okay, that's perfect. In as much as then we need you to actively contribute to the sustainability of the country itself. Let's look then at what are we able to explain to you within my argument and my team's argument itself. We think with my argumentation, then, I'm able to prove to you a few things. That A, we have pragmatically applicable alternatives to increase funding, not for research, but to increase funding for job opportunities, and not waste the funding in what we're not going to be able to reap benefits from. The only benefits that are there is your brain getting bigger and your neurons working every day unnecessarily, and your hands not actively doing anything. That is what we're able to explain to you as the opposition. B, in a country like South Africa, where both the private and public sector do not afford to hire all the people that have first qualifications, what makes you think, as the proposition, you're going to be employable with a PhD, while a lot of people go unemployed with just a mere undergraduate degree? Fine. Lastly then, we tell you that there is a barrier that exists in the job market for people that have mere degrees themselves. Again, what makes you think having a PhD that had extensive research with top quality, thesis, you call it? Yeah, with top quality thesis, that is not going to help the people in the Eastern Cape for them to better the healthcare, for example, for them to hire nurses that are going to be able to actively contribute to our sustainability in the health sector, even in the country as a whole. Fine, we're giving you alternatives. Alternatives being you need to think as a black child, as a white child, as an Indian, as a Muslim, as an Asian staying in South Africa. Choose your qualification wisely. Choose something that is going to not only benefit you, but that is going to benefit the larger sustainability of this country. Put yourself into use, youth of South Africa.
And your time is up. I will do no justice if I myself tried to summarize that. It was too deep. As an over 35 years old adult, I do not know how I feel right now, because I had dreams of that PhD, but we are not there. I'm going to just give a few minutes to the audience, because it will be a missed opportunity if we do not engage with you and just think the juice is up here. So I've got a couple of people who will be engaging, and unfortunately I do not have time. I've got just 5 minutes. So I'm going to allow 5 people or so to speak. So I'm going to allow 2 people from the people that are supporting the motion and 2 people who are against the motion. The against the motion is easy because I only had 2 names, Lindani and Khaleletsang. You have 1 minute each. And then from the group that supports the motion, I'm gonna allow you guys to decide on who are the 2 people who will speak for 1 minute each. For a change, let's start with people against. 2 people, fast. We don't have time. Here's another mic if we don't have a roaming mic. Somebody run to me to fetch. You have 1 minute each.
No, thank you. My name is Lindane. I just going to summarize what the opposition was saying. I think he went into saying that there's a mismatch between qualification and the labor market need in our country. There is high graduation unemployment in our country. There are socio-economic inequalities that need to be addressed, but postgraduate qualification cannot. There are structural barriers in the economy as well. And there are also access and inequalities, while also research is not always related to what the country's ambitions are, except what personal ambitions you might have yourself. So postgraduate research may generate new knowledge that is not compatible with the country's objective goals, say your sustainable, your SDGs, your NDGs as well. Thank you.
Thank you. Well within time. Khaleletsa, you want to come in? You don't have to come in. Listen, we're good. Move on to the team that is against.
All right, thank you very much. I just have to question.
Who are you asking the question to?
The opposition side. I'm for the motion. No, I'm for the motion. I'm supporting the motion.
Okay.
And I'm questioning the argument.
Okay.
Yes.
You have 1 minute.
I want to question the microbiologists on the panel. You are asking yourself, what are you doing in the lab? So I'm asking, he brought about the COVID. Who was the person who brought about the vaccine? Is it not the microbiologist? Is it not the microbiologist who designed, who gave us vaccine against malaria, for example? Is it not the microbiologist who help us in identifying diseases early for children and infants? Is it not those microbiologists that help us? How are they doing so? Is it not by research? And I want also to question my friend, sorry I didn't get your name, who is saying Elon Musk is just a businessman. All right, I'm asking yourself, how did he come about the Cybertruck? Is it not by engineers who are working for him? How did they come about the Cybertruck, the EVs, the electric vehicle? It's not by research. You are saying it's more important to train nurses than PhDs. I'm asking you, is it more important to continuously treating a disease or fund that a research to find a cure to that disease in the society? Which one is more important?
Your 1 minute is up.
Thank you very much.
Hello? Hello.
Your 1 minute start now.
Okay, so my question is for the gentleman. I would like to firstly ask, which year are you doing? Are you doing your undergrad or your postgraduate? Because you were speaking a lot of good English and so much ignorance. So allow me to take you through this. So you said that having a PhD, it's so irrelevant and and we need more doctors and nurses and whatsoever. So I wanted to firstly ask you a question. For you to know that when you have a headache, you have to take a Panadol, who had to go and do research on that? Who told your nurse that they must prescribe a Panadol for you when you have a headache? That is research. So our PhDs are very much relevant and very much necessary. And
Your
my
time
second
is up.
question.
Okay, thank you very much. Our team on the floor who has done a great job by asking pertinent questions. I am not going to give you an opportunity to respond because you're gonna waste my time. I'm on time, guys, I'm on time. However, you have your concluding time, so you will use that opportunity. I know, we all do. After what your team said, we all have something to say. As that aspiring PhD, I'm still heartbroken, but we are not there. Right now, what I want to do, I am looking at my judges, and I am wondering if, should we go straight into the closing remarks, judges? We are ready for the closing remarks. What do you mean no? You want them to respond? But they're going to do concluding remarks. They've got time to respond. Okay, guys, the people have spoken. This is Survivor. If you are my age, you will know Survivor. So the tribe have spoken. You've got literally 2 minutes.
Okay, so we all have different opinions, right? I have mine, you have yours. Please respect mine, please respect yours. I'm sorry if it hurts a little bit. It's the reality. So first and foremost, you talked about, what's it called? COVID-19, malaria, all that kind of stuff. You understand, research doesn't do much if it stays in academic papers. It needs implementation. So does that mean we need every COVID-19, 20, 21, 22 for us to be able to utilize the research that's being placed out? That's a thought. You guys need to think about that. Number 2 is the fact that you also talked about PhD papers and all that kind of stuff. My good sister in the opposition, right? She's one of the lucky ones. Being a PhD opposition, she's one of the lucky ones. Being a PhD student is an elitist group. You are literally trying to win the lottery for you to have your idea be published of any sort. Funding isn't available for those whose ideas, unfortunately, do not look nice on paper than others. So essentially, you are now playing a game of chance. That isn't helping sustainability for other people, even though their ideas are great, the funders don't feel it. So they have to now go outside South Africa to go, because they view those ideas more important than South Africa here. So that's another one. Those are 2 things I'm just going to leave with you for now.
Okay, I'm going to give 2 minutes. Okay, time is moving.
Perfect stuff. Okay. So we want to look at the existence of pharmacists themselves. You're asking me a question of who makes these tablets, who makes these panados, whatever the case is. Hello. Look, let me explain to you why then do we have pharmacists. Pharmacists are the people that are able then to provide the over-the-counter medicine. This over-the-counter medicine comes from USPEN. USPEN adopts research that comes from America, and they're able to utilize it to make these particular medicines. We think then that adopting stuff like adopting researchers themselves, we are able then to have ample...
Your time is up. Okay. Whatever happens on the left has to happen on the right. So I am only... Timei, let's listen. Let's listen. Timei, I'm going to give you 2 minutes as well, because we gave Team B 2 minutes. You have 2 minutes, and then we're going to go straight into closing remarks, and then we wrap this thing up.
Thank you so much for also contesting your own statement. You did say that they adopt what? Research. Thank you so much.
You said, thank you, my friends. You said we need more fundings to create jobs. Jobs to solve what? Postgraduate research qualifications identify problems, challenges, and they get funding that employ all the others. Now, these people sit down, bring up solutions that could be scaled up. Then what are you talking about? Thank you.
Just one more thing. We did spoke about hiring more nurses and doctors than going to research. You do know about antimicrobial resistance, and this rate that is going. Every day, every month, the rate gets worse. In fact, the last resort antibiotic, the carbapenem, are no longer very much being resisted by organisms today. Now, everybody is on the deck to make sure that we get more antibiotics that can help us with this. If you keep hiring doctors and nurses to the war front, like sending soldiers to war front, where there are bombs and everything, with no weapon to fight back, they will all die off in a day. So there is no point hiring more nurses and doctors to the clinic when there are antimicrobial resistance cropping up every day, more diseases cropping up, and already known antibiotics failing every day. Research is the way to go, South Africa. Research is the way to go. Thank you.
And when you look at policy making, you're talking about sustainability. Policy making is the framework, the backbone. And people behind this are researchers. They align with politicians. Thank you.
And in order to address inequalities, you need to
guys.
research.
Thank you.
Your time is up. Okay. We are going to now do your closing remarks. And for the closing remarks, because I am not a fair person, I have to take from your own minutes. So the 2 minutes that I have given you to speak now, I'm taking it from your concluding remarks because we are all on time. So you will only have 10 minutes each to close. And then we are done. Team A, your 10 minutes begins now. Give it your best.
Okay. Hello, thank you so much for the audience. Thank you for your listening spirit. I love that. And I love my the opponents. Thank you for also helping us to answer most of the questions in your heart, because you are giving us questions, you are giving answer to it also. Do postgraduate research qualification ensure sustainability for future for South African youth? Obviously, yes. Has been proven. Everything we said has been proven that yes, without the research, there's no way we could go. We talk about the COVID-19, right? And I love what they said. They say now there is no more COVID. Where is the COVID? It was because of the research. The vaccine was done and everything has been cancelled. So now where is the COVID? So I was talking about Elon Musk being a businessman. How will you say you are a businessman and you were able to say you have Cybertruck, you have S, you have AI and the likes without research? That means you're a dumb person. So there's no way you could say you have achieving all this without the research. Also, Elon Musk as a businessman, that's okay. He cannot do all those except he employed a lot of people. And who are they? Researchers. So if you want to move forward in South Africa for sustainability, who do we need? Researchers. Who do we need? Thank you so much.
To summarize everything we said so far, we will believe that, you agree with me that research moves the world. Innovation may be the mother of invention. Or necessity may be the mother of invention, but research is the bedrock of innovation and invention. Everything comes from research. And you say COVID is gone. Who knows what is coming next? It came and announced. The next will come and announce. So we keep training, keep getting the skill through research, and we keep fighting and getting ready for the next one to come. So, as it is today, get ready. AI is here. Embrace it. It's taking all over every discipline now. See, learn how to embed it in your own area of research, and you'll be on top in the next 2 years because it's already here. Thank you.
And also, I overheard them talking about PhD. The word postgraduate there doesn't just say PhD. Master's, postgraduate, okay? Yeah, they have diplomas, postgraduate. So you are just keeping on talking PhD. I heard him talking about you going to a place and without being getting employed. Yes, there's no way they can employ you if you have not engaged in a good research. So you need a good research for you to be in that field. So they need people that are relevant to what they are doing before you can be there. Thank you.
And also, the reason why we're here today, what is the theme of today's program? What is the theme of today's program that gives you direction that to postgrad research, it does become a very sustainable initiative for the youth of South Africa?
Because it enhances collaborations. Thank you.
You don't have to speak if you don't have to speak.
Wait, we have time.
You've got
And-
1 minute, but you don't have to speak.
And again, we are moving into the space whereby we also need to go into consideration of decolonization of our educational system. And in that sense, you cannot go and say you are going to implement a decolonized education without having to research it. So the research, and the research part is very important and crucial to our societal issues. And who are the people whom we are going to depend on? Are the postgraduates that are going to impact us in the research sector. So the research is very important in that sense. Thank you.
Penicillin was developed to
And
solve.
your time is up.
Thank you so much.
Thank you so much.
Group B, are you ready?
Okay.
Concluding remarks starting now.
Oh, hello. Can you hear me? Okay. I'm going to be the nice person. I'm not going to hurt anyone. I'm going to talk nicely. So research, yes, we agree research is important, yes, but we're forgetting something, South African youth. The problem with South Africa, what is it? We have good policies. We can have good researchers. What's the problem? Implementation. We're here researching. We're here with big ideas. We're here, we want to make a difference to South Africa. But the problem comes where our research have to go into the country, into developing the country. We're having good researchers, but let's think about it. We're having 26 universities, each producing their own postgraduate students. How many of them, right now, their research are making a difference? How many? That's the problem. That means whatever we're doing here, we're researching, we're doing, it's not sustainable because even right now, it's not working. We're not working. Unless we get to the root of the problem, which is implementation, then research, it becomes what? Irrelevant. Because we're researching, but nothing is happening. That's the problem. Because right now, I can give you an example. I see you're going like this. I can give you an example. I'm doing population studies. Okay, I'm a master's student. Do you know that the population policy of South Africa was made in 1998 and has not changed at all? But every year, there are many masters, honors students, PhD students that are population analysts. But why can't we make a new population policy? What's stopping it? That's why we're saying we're researching, we're creating, we're making good people, yes, but where are we going? We're failing to implement because, that's why she's saying it's irrelevant because right now, you're working on a study. How sure are you that that study you're working on is going to make it actual? We can theorize, yes, it could, but it won't because of South Africa's government. It's what is failing us. It is what is making our degrees irrelevant. The government is making our degrees irrelevant, which is making our qualifications irrelevant, and they're making them.
Minutes left.
So yes.
So another thing that we need to talk about is the mismatch with national needs, okay? A lot of research topics are too niche and specialized. So the impactful urgent crisis of South Africa is unemployment, energy, poverty. To get funding for postgraduates is already hard enough. So you expect those who are even in undergrad to be able to create their funding for them, number one. Number two, we also need to look at the fact that there's a weak link between research and industry. So most postgraduate research in South Africa ends up in academic journals and dissertations. We're not saying that postgraduate qualifications are the bad way. It's not the most sustainable way. We need solutions now. Postgraduate takes 5, sometimes 10 years for anything to be actualized. For those immediate needs, such as employment, such as renewable energy, poverty, all those things, we need solutions that are now. So that's the main thing I wanted to emphasize as well too. Sustainability cannot exist where access is limited to the privileged few. Again, not many people do postgraduates, so creates an holistic team. Hence what I was trying to emphasize. And again, with research that you said, your research says in academic papers, if there's no implementation, what's the point? What's the point? Because you're here to solve problems, so solve the problems in actuality and practicality. Okay, yeah, go quickly. Okay, go.
Panel, I want you to note how that other side proves nothing at all insofar as this debate got here. They are well able to come at us to tell us about the COVID-19 virus. their case or their argument does not prove how postgraduate research qualification actually ensure the sustainable future for the South African youth. Those people can never win this debate. Even if we were as happy and kind, they can never, I repeat.
Okay, so I just want to
And your
give
time
one
is up. Can we have a round of applause for the two teams? Okay, my job is about to be done. I am going to call upon the judges. Moeketsi, the co-chair of Y20 people. And Ms. Joy Nogabe, who is our Deputy Director from International Scholarships, Opportunities, Money. Okay, they are going to give you the results, but can I have the token here with me, because this cannot be done and we don't appreciate them. So can I have a token?
All right.
May the best team win.
I think before we give our overall reflections, and they're going to be quite short for the sake of time, because I do think we do need to wrap it up. I'd like for all of us here to really give both teams a warm round of applause. Yeah, it takes great courage to do what you guys did by just saying, we're here, we're raising our hands, and we're going to take on this challenge, right? And it should never be taken for granted. So thank you for that. So colleagues, as you would know, in terms of our criteria, we looked at argumentation, critical thinking, rebuttals, teamwork, and of course, delivery. To begin with Team A, so some of the, and I'll do perhaps, two each, right? So two good things, two things that we can, areas of development for both teams, and then I'll close it, and then we'll announce the winners. So with regards to Team A, we did think that, in terms of some of the examples that you guys used, particularly, around employability, but also some of the research grants that you made reference to, is that, whilst there were good examples to make, but, they mainly focused on, global north examples, right? And also, the European Union and all those things, right? But you did have some good arguments that you certainly did made. But we also felt that when it came to, for example, something like teamwork, which is something that we think you could work on, is that whilst, yes, you had good arguments, but you didn't structure them well, right? So your arguments, if perhaps maybe you gave yourself some more time and structured them well, you could have done well. But then also to caution some of the speakers, in terms of using, me, right? Forgetting that it's a teamwork thing. But also what the me does is that, you find yourself now tying yourself in knots and contradicting what perhaps the first speaker might have said, right? And then Team B, and again, colleagues, I'm just rushing because I really do want to respect the time. With Team B, what we felt with you is that, yes, you had good structure and all those things, but, you set the tone. Well, the first speaker set the tone in the introductions, right? By introducing all speakers, which gave us as an audience, but also the judges, a clear indication of, so this person has been tasked this duty, this one is doing the introductions, this one's the rebuttals and all those things. But also, what we also wanted to caution Team B is that, don't make allegations you can't provide evidence for, right? So also you must be able to read the room, right? So whilst, yes, Team B provided some strong counter-arguments, but also, you must also cross-reference, right? And that is why even with research, for example, there are certain terms that you use, right, to avoid yourself then, making first-person allegations and all those things, right? Do you want to say anything else that I might be leaving out? Osjoy.
I think you have covered everything that we have discussed, so I think maybe we should go into the good points of both teams and
Yeah.
then we give the overall score.
Sure. I think, so in terms of the, the good points, particularly for Team B, again, like we said, you really had strong counter arguments, so you could rebut, but also, you were structured in nature, but you listened to, so there was a specific, when one of your team members was doing the rebuttal, what was quite impressive about that is that you were able to rebut and counteract at the same time. You were able to strengthen your argument, right? To say that this is here, we are arguing against, right? So we are going to further show why, research qualifications do not ensure that sustainable future, right? And then with regards to Team A, what was good for you, despite, the lack of structure and all those things, was some of the examples that you used that spoke to the South African case and examples, right? Particularly with the last speaker wearing the green jacket, with some of the things that you cited. With regards to scoring all the colleagues, when it came to argumentation, we gave Team A 6, whilst Team B received 8. So argumentation, may I kindly request that we perhaps clap at the end, just so that I can wrap up quickly and we can go home, all right? And remember, in terms of argumentation, we're looking at the strength of the argument, the clarity of the argument, of course being logical, the relevance of the argument at hand, right? So Team A scored 6, and Team B scored 8, right? So, and perhaps I must also add that for all the 5 criteria points, each of them we assigned 10, right? So we are scoring out of 10 for each 5 criteria points, right? And then for critical thinking in terms of contextualizing, South African youth and the challenges that, they are lived with, your everyday lived experience. Team A, we scored you 5. Team B, we scored you 9. And then when it came to some of the rebuttals, and by rebuttals, remember that we're speaking to how are you effective in terms of not only highlighting or pushing back on some of, the points that were made the other side, but also strengthening, your own argument, right? To remember the topic at hand. Team A, we scored you 5. Team B, we scored you 10. When it comes to teamwork, and remember, yes, so whilst we can hold 2 things at the same time where perhaps some of you, it's the first time that you met and all those things, but also, we're also reading the language, reading your body language, right? How you're able to be effective with each other, but also communicate with each other, pick up the points that the other people are making, right? So in essence, reading the room. So with regards to teamwork, Team A, we scored you 3, Team B, we scored you 10. With regards to delivery, colleagues, remember, colleagues, a kind request that we clap at the end when we hand the prizes to our leaders. But when it comes to delivery, remember, we are looking for confidence, tone, but also engagement, right? Team A, we scored you 3. Team B, we scored you 6, right? In total, the runner-ups are Team A with 22 points, and really the winners for today is Team B with 33 points. Me and Osjoy, to make sure that we are fair and that we are not accused of envelopes and brown envelopes, we will compile this with the assistance of RIA to make sure that we submit this to the Northwest University research team, because I do think really what this was, in as much as it was debate, but it was also research in action. And it would be, amiss of me, particularly as the co-chair of the Y20, to not capture this, because this is also what we're doing as the Y20, right? We're constantly in negotiations and trying to convince each other that, no, we should adopt this or we shouldn't adopt this. So we will make sure that we write this up into rapporteurs and make sure that we submit it to the university, but also, we also consider it as the Y20 for our final communique that we will hand over to the G20 leaders in November. Thank you very much, colleagues.
Woo! Thank you very much, guys. This was amazing. It was robust. It was engaging. It was connecting us in thought, in mind, in planning, in preparation, without time. You guys did amazing. And in my view, there is no winners and losers. So all of you rise up. Judges, please give them a token of appreciation from the organizers of this beautiful, beautiful event. And can we have a photo opportunity? DJ.
Okay, excellent. Well done, everyone. Whilst they are taking pictures, Rose and Daxi, please come forward so you can communicate what's going to happen with the winners of the poster exhibition and certification of participation. Please come forward and make the announcement. Thank you, everyone. A round of applause again, please. Yeah. I think you can make the announcement soon. Yeah. There you are.
Are they done? Oh, I'm so tired. Good afternoon. Hello? Are you still okay? All right. Just a correction. My name is Duxi, not Daxi. And I'm with Dr. Maphala and Ms. Rose Khanzi. We are from the Postgraduate Support Center, and we are here to tell you about the winners. Guys. No. Aye. Let's try again. We are here to tell you about the winners. All right. Okay, you tried. I'm still not convinced. Okay, I wanted to tell you more about what we do. So I was so impressed with the debate here. I wanted to tell you about what other competitions we run from the Postgraduate Support Center. We have the 3MT, which is 3 minutes thesis, where you tell us about your thesis in 3 minutes. We have a VYT, which is visualize your thesis, where you show us your thesis in 1 minute in a video form. And we have a postgraduate poster competition that takes place, that's going to take place here this year on the 3rd of October. So if you have not entered this competition, please check our website and enter the competition. It closes on the last day of August. And we give real money. So guys, please. So, and I would like to encourage everybody that has entered that Y20 postgraduate competition to enter the either 3MT, VYT, or our postgraduate poster competition. So anyway, the time that we have been waiting for, drum roll, please. Like serious drum roll. All right, can I check if the judges are still here? My 8 judges. Are they still around? Hands, no, yes. Okay, I see 1, just 1. Okay, we'll give them the gifts later. So, and announcements, if you have a poster up there and you're not a winner, but everybody is a winner, please go and collect your poster, but collect your certificates by the postgraduate stand there, and we will give you all the other arrangements after that. So, the honors team, drum roll again. So if I call your name, please come to the fourth. You will get your certificate, and I'll tell you how much they are getting. So for the honors category, real money, third prize, they get 4,000 rands. Okay, let's do like Mweketi there. Please clap after I've said it all day to save time. So third prize, 4,000. Second prize, 6,000. And the winner gets 8,000. That is honors category. Okay, now you can clap. Masters group, the third prize gets 6,000 rands. Second prize gets 8,000, and the winner gets 10,000 rands. And for the doctoral, third prize gets 8,000 rands. Second prize gets 10 grand, and the winner gets 12,000 rands. Okay, so now, guys, listen. Are you ready? So the honors category, third prize goes to Angel Zoani. Go that side. Photo moment. Merosi, photo moment. Oh, yeah, together. Okay. Second place, are you ready? Goes to, moment of silence. Okay, it goes to Mpo Simone Macharini. Yeah, I can check it. Oh, yeah, like it. And the winner, are you ready for this? For the honors category, Y20 postgraduate poster competition goes to, I love the silence, Rebao Nemufoke. Picture moments. Thank you so much. All girls during Women's Month. Why not? Okay, now we go into the Masters category. Are you ready for this? So third prize is, why can't I say it? It's, oh my goodness. All right, it's Kabelo Banda. So Kabelo, please share the 6K with us. And the second place goes to Hassan Atiya. And the winner for the master's category, Y20 postgraduate poster competition is Ria Matomela. Photo moments. So now for the doctoral category. So these are the PhDs you were saying we shouldn't do PhDs and all that. I just wanted to remind you that these are them that are doing research that's changing the world. But angikho lapho. Okay, the third place goes to Silike Mukole. Okay, so before I call the second place, I just need to make this announcement. Once we're done with the winner of doctoral, I want all the winners to come up stage so that we can take one photo. Ne? So the second place, did I say 10K? Is it 10K? It goes to Buipilo Tlala. Yes, we pillow. Yes, we pillow. And the winner for the Y20 postgraduate poster competition doctoral category is, drum roll please. Like this is huge. This is big. Perpetual Umiyaku. She's not. Photo moment. All the winners, please come forth so that we can take one group photo and can have a nice surprise for you. All winners.
Nothing.
Oh, remember the video from Lokotama. Which one? Which one like it? Okay. Okay. So as we said, everyone is a winner. So to the audience, you're going to get a gift before going home. But please, guys, please enter our 3MT competition, enter the VYT competition, and the postgraduate poster competition. Thank you so much.
Okay, we have come to the end of our session and end of our program. Prof. Nenesi, I'm not sure if you are here. If you are here, just come forward, please. Prof. Nenesi is the person leading the team in terms of organizing. And Tuxi is another person, not Daxi, Tuxi. Okay, but yes, a round of applause for the organizers, please. Yeah? Zama is here as well, one of the organizers. It seems she's coming with instructions. It's been a long 2 days, Zama, please. Yes. They must sit down. Okay. Is it all? Okay. Zama is asking me to request you to remain seated. There are tokens of appreciation that will be coming your way. Please remain seated. I take this opportunity to thank all speakers since morning, from the VC, the DVC, and all participants, colleagues and partners from DHET, Y20. We are really grateful for your input and participation into this very important program. I had thought that the afternoon session will be a graveyard session, but it proved me wrong. I think if anything, for these 2 days, this afternoon session has been the most exciting. And thank you very much. A round of applause for yourselves. You've been great indeed. And thank you very much. Remain seated for those tokens of appreciation, and all the best with your studies. And I like the fact that one presenter or in the debating team did make a disclaimer. What he was saying, he had to take one for the team. So don't take it upon himself, or he didn't mean everything he said. He had to take a position, right? So please give it to him. Thank you very much, everyone. Have a great one.